seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you.
That's it!
You're locked in here with me.
All right. Well, it's a Friday night live stream. It's Radio Baloney Live. I'm your host, Richie Baloney. Hope everybody had a great week. As usual, let me know in the chat if everything sounds okay. Don't seem to have had any technical difficulties for like 2-3 weeks now, and that's great. That might be a record. More than once not having a technical difficulty might be a new record. So anyway, if somebody in the chat wants to let me know, that would be great. So before we get started, a little bit of channel news here. So as you recall, last Friday, I had to cut it a little short on a Friday night. Normally we go 5.5, 6 hours. We did 4.5 hours because I had a dentist appointment the next morning, and I had to get up earlier. So I think we ended at about 12:30 last Friday, and so I ended up doing everything that I hadn't had a chance to get to, all the stuff I'd curated over the week, carefully curated, my blood, sweat, and tears, and we didn't get a chance to get to it because I had to cut it short on Friday. So I ended up doing a 3-hour-long show on Sunday just to catch up, and that went really well. So it seems like it's maybe better, instead of doing like 6.5 hours on Friday night, maybe do like 4.5 on Friday. I think everybody's pretty tired by the end of it anyway, right? Seriously, I am. So we do 4.5 on Friday, and then on Sunday, we'll do another one that's maybe 2-3 hours. I think that works out best. I want to thank everybody who has subscribed on Rumble in the last week. It's been great. Lots of people are subscribing. Things really seem to be picking up. So welcome into the show. Also, I'd like to thank everybody who watched the Biden debate disaster I put out late last night. It's up around, I don't know, 1,200 views, 1,300 views or something now. And I put it out, I think, at 2 o'clock in the morning or something on Rumble. And those are really good views for me on Rumble. I mean, my views, I will get more views on Rumble this month, thousands more than I do on YouTube. But Rumble is just steady. Every video is around the same. You know, it's 200, 300, something like that, generally. Whereas YouTube, it could be, I'll put out a video, get 1,500 views, and then the next one will get literally 30. It will get less than I was getting when I first started the channel years ago. So it's a weird thing. But Rumble actually gets more, but they tend to just be steady. Maybe they get 300-400. That works out pretty well. So 1,200 is pretty good. You guys seem to like it. Lots of likes. Cobra, how you doing, sir? Good to see you in the chat. All right, so thanks to everybody who watched that and gave it a like. I'm really happy about that. It actually got, I got about 1,200 views so far. Probably end up with, I don't know, 1,500 or something on Rumble. And YouTube, I got 270, same video. So that's fantastic. Now, more important information about the channel. So this Sunday, even though I'm switching it now, so we're doing a Friday stream and then a Sunday stream. The Friday stream is 7:30, usually abouts, unless something happens. Sometimes it's a bit late. Sunday, it's going to be about 6 o'clock. I'm going to try and keep it for 6 o'clock on Sundays. But I won't be able to do this Sunday immediately. As soon as I change things up, I can't do it because I'm going away. So I also said that we wouldn't be doing a live stream on Friday, and now I think I might be able to. So after doing some camping and stuff, I'm actually going to be in a hotel at my remote location on Friday. So there's a chance I'm going to try as hard as I can to do a live stream on Friday. Probably not a hugely long one, like maybe 2-3 hours, something like that. But I'm going to try and get on it around 7:30, 8 o'clock or something. While I'm away, while I'm in the hotel, as long as the Wi-Fi holds up, who knows? I don't know. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. But I'm going to try. And I might even be able to do one, if the Wi-Fi is okay there, on the Sunday as well. A short one on the Sunday. So No guarantees. I can't promise anything, but if you're bored on Friday, around 7:30 on Friday night, maybe just take a quick look through the dial. See if you can't find me. I just might be up. I'm going to try to. If I can, God willing, if I can, I'm going to do it. So that's what's going on. Also, even though I'm going to be away, I'm going to take tonight's stream and I'll take the best parts out. I do this every week. I'll take the best parts out of it and I'll cut them up and I'll neaten them up. I'll tidy them up and make them as digestible as possible. I'm going to try and do this tomorrow. Maybe 3-4 videos, and then I will set them to release during the week, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or something. So hopefully I can do, I'm hoping I can do like 5 of them tomorrow to just set to release over the course of the week automatically. But I don't know, we'll see. Whatever. Shit happens. And I do have that dentist thing tomorrow going on. So I don't know how I'll be feeling after that. But anyway, hope everybody had a great week. I had a pretty good week. It's been busy preparing for this little trip. But it's been very good. And that debate last night was completely insane. We're going to get into that, though. We got lots of stuff set up. After this stream, maybe tomorrow or late night tonight, maybe you want to watch my video from last night on it. It's pretty good. All right, what are we going to talk about? So we got this debate stuff. We got lots and lots of stuff to talk about with this debate. I put tons of stuff away. It was it was the biggest Emperor's New Clothes moment in American political history. Was it not? Absolute. Even though we all knew something could happen, something disastrous. We all knew that eventually, if they kept putting Biden out there in front of cameras and put him in a situation like this, disaster was going to strike. We all knew it. Everybody knew it. It was just when. I was expecting it, frankly, in 2020 in the debates. I thought he'd short circuit, but he did manage to pass that minimum bar there of just not seeming like just a malfunctioning robot. But you knew eventually it was going to catch up to him. The drugs wouldn't be enough. There wouldn't be enough drugs in the world for him to perform well. And that's what we saw. All the gaslighting finally, it exploded. So we're going to talk about that, obviously. Obviously, we're going to spend a while on that. I know you guys are interested in it. Cobra says, I've seen some news in the past couple of days where they are sending in a petition of over 350,000 people signed to get rid of Trudeau. Rid of Trudeau. Rid of Trudeau sounds good, right? I'm kind of on the fence about it. I keep kind of changing my mind. At first, I thought Trudeau it was really important that he stay in so that the Liberal Party just completely gets crushed and destroyed, utterly destroyed, and turned to ashes. Because the Liberal Party of today is not the Liberal Party of the past. It's not Jean Chrétien's Liberal Party. It's not even Pierre-Elliott Trudeau's Liberal Party. Right? This thing is just a straight-up far-left extremist organization at this point. Trudeau himself says that they're progressives. They're not liberals. So if Trudeau stays on and does inevitably just completely destroy the party, just burns it to the ground, utterly destroys it, turns the whole thing to ashes, and it's just a complete disaster and collapse, and the least seats in history, Liberal Party history, something like that, then there's a chance. I'm not saying a certainty, but there's a chance that they might reform themselves as something that resembles a Liberal Party of the past, something that's just something that is half sane, at least something, not totally bonkers, something not totally radical and insane. And I think that would be good for Canada to have that. It would just bring the whole political Overton window back into the center again. And we can start having just normal disagreements instead of what we have now with a Liberal Party and a prime minister that is actually causing a prime minister that's actually causing generational damage to the country. That's not going to be fixed in 5 years, right? It's got to take a while. Now, on the other side of that, the longer he stays in, the more he can destroy the country. So maybe it's better if he does step down, because God knows what he will do next. God knows what he's capable of, right? So maybe it is better for him to step down and then anybody they put in, I can't imagine they would put in somebody as radical as him as a new leader, right? And then that kind of, that will bolster the Liberal Party's numbers. I still don't think it would be enough, though, for the Conservatives not to get a majority in the next election, which they need. They need a majority. So maybe it's safer. Maybe it's safer for him to step down. Maybe in the long run, that's better. I don't know. I feel like in the long run, it's better for Trudeau to just burn down the Liberal Party, and then they have to reform themselves, hopefully, possibly, just maybe, as something remotely sane, and just bring the whole country back towards the center again. But then God knows what he will do, so I don't know. I'm just not sure about it. Hey, we got Streamer in the chat. How you doing, sir? I hope you had a great week, Radio Streamer. He says, damn, I'm in the second like on the stream, shirking my duties. The second like on the stream. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate all the likes, all of them. And he says, hello, he says, hello, fellow degenerates. Well, you are degenerates. Let's see. We got hot retarded chicks in the stream. Good to see you, sir. Let's see. What do we got here? What's that? A link streamer to Babylon B? Trump indicted for murdering. Trump indicted for murdering elderly man on CNN. Oh, that's about it. That's about it. That one clip of it's in the video I put out last night of Jill Biden telling him what a good boy he was afterwards, and he answered all the questions. Good Lord. Good Lord. Anyway. So we're going to talk about this Biden. We got lots to go on. I mean, we got the stuff of him struggling down the steps. I mean, Jesus. I would feel sorry for Biden because it is like elder abuse, except the fact that he's so evil. He is just an evil man. In fact, he's just revealing it more and more now. Did you see that evil, vicious scowl on his face for half the night? Half the night, it looked like he was ready to move into the light. And then half the time, it was this vicious scowl on his hateful scowl on his face. Good Lord, he's not hiding it very well. I don't think Joe Biden has ever been the good guy, the good old Joe, the nice guy. He's never been that. The character that's been presented to the world of good Joe Biden, decent Joe Biden, I don't believe he has ever been that. I think he's always been an awful person, an awful, power-grasping, amoral person. And, I think we've got the receipts for that now, don't we? I mean, all that money from China, 10% for the big guy. What was going on with Burisma and Hunter Biden and millions of dollars from them? What was going on with all that? What was going on with the big guy? This is a man, Joe Biden. This is a man. I mean, here's a real test of a man's character. He refused to recognize, him and his awful wife refused to recognize his own granddaughter, this beautiful little girl, for years until he was shamed into it. Because I guess that's just old school politics, isn't it? You know, that's supposed to be shameful. You know, that was a real test of it. That's a real test of his character. That's somebody who's got no heart whatsoever. He's the inversion of what he's been being presented as in the media. The utter inversion of that. I mean, for God's sakes, this is a guy who's trying to imprison his political rival in front of the entire world. Anyway. Oh, it looks like there's some Trudeau bashing going on in the chat. Oh, let's take a look at that. I always appreciate that. Cobra says, Trudeau needs to go. There needs to be a conservative leader in Canada. 100% correct, sir. If I had a prize, you would get it. Radio Streamer says, Justin Trudeau is the worst prime minister in Canadian history. Well, I think that checks out true. Fact check true. If I had a prize for you, Radio Streamer, you would get one. I don't have any prizes. So, you know. Radio Streamer says he was a piece of work years before he lost his mind. You're talking about Joe Biden there? Yeah, he's always been awful. Streamer says he also refused to do a drug test before the debate. Well, I'm sure he didn't want to break the drug testing machine. Overload it. Now, the drugs obviously aren't working anymore. Clearly. Right? Eventually there's diminishing returns. And I think that it actually does more damage over the long term when they're pumping you full of stuff like that. Cobra says Joe is absolutely evil. I agree. Imaginary prize for you. All right, so we're going to talk about that. I thought this was interesting because I always look for the white pills. I look for the good news sometimes because there's so much bad news, right? So I thought we'd take a look at this. Tractor Supply reverses course. Tractor Supply reverses course, backs out of woke initiatives following conservative backlash. Here's a little white pill for us. And then we're going to take a little look at this human rights campaign group, which is basically extorting companies into doing all this shit. And that's discussed in the article. And yeah, we'll take a little look at that because we want to be educational. We want to understand what the hell's going on. Of course, we're going to go through all the stuff that I've curated on X, formerly Twitter, over the week. Here we've got heavy Hooters there and then regular Hooters. So something's going on with that. There are lots and lots of different stories. We got Canadian political news. We got American political news. We got woke stuff. We got stuff about the climate here. But remember those islands that were all those atolls, I believe they call them, that were going to disappear? Turns out they never disappeared into the ocean. Weird. We even got some British politics here with Nigel Farage. I'm a big fan of his. What do we got? This is the crazy one. We'll save that. We got some Pierre Poilievre. We got some Douglas Murray, who's one of my favorite conservative political commentators. I read one of his books too. It was Madness of Crowds. I highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. It's all about the woke lunacy that has overtaken the Western world. And that book was, I think, about 4-5 years old. Highly recommended, though. He explains it very well, and he's a great writer. And he's one of my favorite commentators. If you've ever seen him in those monk debates in Canada, fantastic stuff. Let's see. Oh, we're going to talk about Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson from the UK, who strangely, he came to Canada at the airport. He was detained or questioned for 3 hours. They let him go. He was in Canada to do a few speeches on free speech, of all things. Free speech, of all things, in Canada. And he went to Calgary. He had a speech there. He did it. And as he was leaving the venue, he was arrested, of course, by immigration. Now, we had another speech, another event set for Edmonton the next night, and then later on in the week in Toronto. I'm not sure what day Toronto is. And he was told that he couldn't leave Calgary. He had to stay in Calgary, which meant he would have to which meant that he would have to miss these free speech events in Edmonton and Toronto. I'm sure you're feeling the irony here, right? Now, he was saying that the officers doing it didn't want to do it. Apparently, the order came from up high. Apparently, the order came from Ottawa. Ottawa, of all places. I wonder if the order came from as high as the Prime Minister's office. Why would that be? Well, because Tommy Robinson has been maligned as far right and blah, 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 all the names that they call everybody, right? But he's against mass immigration into the UK, and he's an opponent of Islamism in the UK, which a lot of people in the UK are. But they call him every name under the book for having perfectly reasonable opinions. Of course, anybody with a reasonable opinion that most people agree with, of course, is an extremist. So he was arrested, but he's actually had the whole thing. They managed to get a court date, and they've had the whole thing reversed. So we'll take a look at that. Ezra Levant from Rebel News was instrumental in helping him, organizing a lawyer. And so that's an interesting story. But I mean, it's Canada. Of course, somebody wanting to speak about free speech is going to get arrested. Of course. Oh, and by the way, no charges. There were never any charges. He still doesn't know what it was for. Let's see. Lots and lots of stuff here. Lots of silly things. So, all right. Anyway, so we're going to get to all of that. Then, of course, if things get too dark, things get too depressing, if we get down from some of the depressing news, now a lot of this stuff is going to be fun and uplifting and hilarious, but some of this stuff is going to be a bit dark because politics tends to be. So when that happens, we will go to the puppy palate cleanser and we'll look at this adorable puppy hanging out with his buddies. Best part of this, and I screen all of these. So anything that has Justin Trudeau going into the shot and trying to give a puppy puberty blockers, out. I won't show it. Not on this channel. Not here. And we might even go to Kitten Corner by request of Antipop, who I haven't seen in the chat yet. Let's see. And then we've also got the thing we do every single week, which is we get Grok to write a poem about Justin Trudeau. And the plan is to do this every week until Justin Trudeau is no longer in office. So every poem must have two details in it. Justin Trudeau must do some form of blackface, and also he must get a vaginoplasty operation. And I'll read to you the instructions I've given to Grok, which is the Twitter, or now X AI. It's the native AI for X, which is the only one who will do this stuff, by the way. The rest of them, ChatGPT wouldn't touch us with a 100-foot pole. All right. Write a poem about Justin Trudeau attempting to increase his poll numbers by having his skin permanently darkened, getting a vaginoplasty, and changing his name to Rosa Parks. When asked why, he responds, "Because current year," and then issues a chilling laugh. He receives no votes in the federal election, and then, by popular demand, is propelled out of a giant cannon into the sun. So we will have Grok write a poem about that. And it's enjoyable. We do it every week. Sometimes it's hard to think of things because I think we've done probably 50 of these now. But I made a promise to myself. I made a promise to you that we would do this every week until Justin Trudeau is no longer in office. That will be a relief because it's getting harder and harder to come up with stuff. But anyway, let's get back to it now. What are we talking about? Ah, Cobra. Let's see. What are you guys saying in the chat? Let me catch up here. Cobra says being a politician, as long as he's been and has absolutely nothing to show for but destroying the country. I don't know if you're talking about Trudeau or Biden. Biden's been around a lot longer than Trudeau, so probably him, but it could apply to both. Let's see. Streamer says, you mean blue-haired people don't buy enough farm supplies to keep them open? So we're talking there about the Tractor Supply is backing out of their woke initiatives. Yeah, I kind of feel like there's probably not a lot of, I don't know, blue-haired gremlins buying their stuff. So it seems a bit weird, but it's basically extortion is the thing, right? They scare them into doing it. Let's see. Cobra, do you think Biden will drop out? Do you think that he will be replaced? Or will he be taken out by somebody? Apparently, it was so bad that people are worried that it's going to get extremely nasty. Do I think Biden will drop out? I don't think he will voluntarily drop out. I think he might be dropped out by the people around him, but I don't think it's a certainty. Will he be replaced? Or will he be taken out by somebody? Well, I mean, the deep state, the permanent bureaucracy, whatever it is, I don't put anything past them in any country, to be honest. Um, so I think there is nothing that they won't do. Will he be replaced? Well, they were calling for it last night. It seemed like they were all ready to do it. Although, I mean, what else were they going to do? I mean, there's no covering up what happened. There's no spinning that. You know, they're trying to now apparently they're trying to I've seen a few things today that they're trying to change the narrative of just one bad night. And oh, he was so great at the speech I think in Virginia today, right after that, and then I think I saw a bit of the whole still trying to push that behind closed doors thing as if anybody's going to believe that he's spry and lucid behind closed doors. But I mean, the value for Biden is that he's an empty vessel, right? So the people that are and nobody thinks that he's been running the country. Obviously, that's absurd. But the people that are actually running the country, making the decisions, just handing Biden the pieces of paper that he rubber stamps without understanding what's on them. The people that are running it love Biden because, again, he's an empty vessel. He is just a puppet. He is a figurehead. He's nothing more. Clearly nothing more. Clearly he can't understand any of the issues. It's impossible. So he's extremely useful to, I don't know, Obama and then a cadre of his supporters that are in the White House. But there's kind of panic. There's panic in the Democratic Party because because everybody saw it. I mean, clearly, would people believe it if he went out and got 81 million votes? Like, would anybody actually believe that? Would even Democrats believe that? Right? If somehow miraculously he wins the election, would anybody believe that he really did, or that maybe there was something else going on? Maybe something happened. So maybe he needs to be taken out. I mean, there's every possibility. I mean, look, he's deteriorating really fast now. So not wishing ill on anybody, obviously. But I mean, it is just mortality is just a fact of life. I mean, anything could happen. I mean, anything could happen regarding his health at any time. Right. So maybe that's just what happens. Or maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe something else happens. I mean, Joe himself, I think wants to stay in power to protect himself legally because he's so dirty, right? And now, after everything they've done to Trump, they're going to go after him. Like, there will be lawfare. If Trump gets in, like, he's going to go after him. I mean, Joe is so dirty, and he's played so dirty, and he's behaved like a Banana Republic dictator with regards to Trump, that he feels like he needs to still be president until he can just completely destroy Trump in whatever way, through lawfare, whatever. So I don't know. Or just completely destroy or intimidate anybody that would want to hold him accountable. So, so I don't know. I think it's really up in the air right now. One thing I'm certain of is that he will not do a second debate. That is not going to happen. That is not going to happen. I think it's most likely that they will force him out, but it's not a given. I mean, he has to want to, though I'm sure they can find ways to get rid of him. What did Schumer say about Trump and the CIA as 6 ways to Sunday to get you, right? So it seems inconceivable right now that Biden would actually hang around until the election. Was it November 3rd, I think? But I thought it was inconceivable that he would be the nominee in the first place in 2020. So who knows, right? But one thing I can tell you is that I just cannot see there being a second debate, not with Joe Biden. If there's a second debate, it'll be Newsom or somebody else, maybe even Hillary, but it won't be Joe. He cannot do that again. They're not going to let him. Because, again, he's deteriorating fast now. How bad will he be even in a couple of months? Let's see. Candle Monkey, how you doing, sir? Good to see you in the chat. He's saying do Grok in a Western genre. Oh, so we could put Trudeau in some sort of a Western genre. The good, the bad, and the vaginoplasty. That sounds like a good one. Hey, we got Anti-Pop in the chat. Good to see you, sir. He's saying President Harris, LOL. Yeah, that's not going to happen. It won't be her. And if he is replaced, it won't be her. I just can't see it. I think she's even more unpopular than Biden. Candle Monkey says Biden replaced by who that could win. You know, Gavin Newsom is he is a true political vampire. You know, he's slick. He's very slick. A lot of stupid people could be convinced to vote for him. So, I mean, he's a scary one. You know, and he's proven that it doesn't matter what you do. If you're a Democrat, it doesn't matter what you do. San Francisco, he destroyed. California is in the process of being destroyed. I mean, he was already faced recall once. I think they're going to recall him again, I think, aren't they? But it doesn't matter. He'll win. He'll just keep winning. He's got that slick Democrat thing down, right? And it seems to be incredibly powerful. He could be a real danger, I think. Because you can tell people, you can show them clips of San Francisco and LA homelessness all over California. They give them the stats. People are fleeing the state. It's kind of like Trudeau, right? I mean, Newsom's got a good haircut. You know, he's tall and he's good looking. And for a lot of people, that will be enough. And it doesn't matter what he's done. Let's see. Radio Streamer says they simply wanted to drop him, and this was the plan. Yeah, I've seen that, and I'm not going to say that that's not plausible. You know, it's because, don't forget, this is a very early debate, way earlier than normal. So if they were going to get rid of him, it would give them time, more time than they normally have. There is something about it that feels kind of planned, huh? I mean, it's not just that. Even CNN, MSNBC, all the people that have been, covering for him and gaslighting the public for so long, it's not just that they said, okay, there's a problem. It's that they went hard on the fact there's a problem. They went hard. They were talking about, their sources saying, we're talking about getting rid of this guy. He's got to go. So there is something that feels almost kind of stage managed about it, but I don't know for sure. Streamer says, yeah, they spent a good hour talking poorly about him on CNN, of all places, right after the speech. I know. I mean, they weren't trying to couch it or spin it in any way. That's the weird thing. I mean, they had to say something about it because we all saw it with our own eyes, right? But they didn't try and do any damage control, and that's what's really interesting. Let's see. Candle Monkey says, Joe is a scratch golfer and Putin is a pro hockey player. Have you ever seen those clips of Putin playing hockey? I think he scores on like every shift, and he can't play hockey. He's not good, but just you better just let him score. It's just safer that way. All right, so let's get into this because we got a lot. Okay, so I think Scott Adams also often Scott Adams has some insightful things to say. Current narrative forming on MSNBC. If we had seen Biden more often, it would not shock us to see him look feeble at the debate. We would know he could accomplish great things being that way. So no big deal. Well, that's one way to spin it. The election is a binary choice between democracy and dictatorship. And with stakes, excuse me, and with stakes that high, they run Biden. So, yeah, so actually, he's feeble, but he's getting so much done. He's got such a great record that doesn't matter that he looks like his brain is completely broken. So there's a narrative. And also that, of course, the election is a binary choice. It's either democracy or dictatorship. And ignore everything Biden has done during his own dictatorship. But it's a binary choice between democracy and dictatorship. All right, so you've got to vote for Biden and just ignore everything that Biden's done, I guess. So that's interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see. Here, Tim Pool says, ha ha ha, Harry, oh my God, bro. So what's going on with this? So Harry Sisson. So this is that young influencer guy who's paid by the DNC. I believe it's the DNC. I believe that he's paid by the DNC to promote Biden, and he does shamelessly. Of all these MAGA Republicans who are making fun of President Biden for having a stutter, yeah, it was just a stutter. That's all. Are disgusting. It's like a brain stutter. How dare you make fun of a speech impediment? We're not making fun of a speech impediment. We're making fun of the fact that he's an evil old man who can't talk anymore or think. It's a slap in the face of the millions of Americans who either have won. It's a slap in the face of the millions of Americans who either have won or know someone who does. Have some damn respect.
Not in this lifetime, Sonny.
No, not in this lifetime. It's just hilarious. I mean, this is the gaslighting. This is what I expected from CNN and MSNBC and all of that. And I was surprised that they went so hard in the other direction. Savannah Hernandez says, young man, you need to be put in the corner and have your phone taken away. Embarrassing. Let's see. Here she is again, scrolling through X, and the only person supporting Biden is that gay dude they pay to pretend that Biden isn't retarded. This makes me like Savannah Hernandez even more. Let's see. Holy crap, Biden just destroyed Trump. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties? Blah, blah, blah. All the crap that was coming out. Boom. Boom. President Biden just called out Trump to his face for calling fallen soldiers losers and suckers. It should be boom. President Biden just lied again, like he's been doing the entire time. Does any reasonable person actually believe this ridiculous story about Trump calling the fallen soldiers at Normandy suckers and losers? Like, does Harry Sisson actually believe that? Like, it's so utterly bizarre and insane and ludicrous. Nobody actually believes that. It just cheapens Biden when he's on the stage saying this stuff. No, even Democrats don't. It's just so on its face absurd. But there wasn't that much of this. Really, it was just a lot of Biden's broken and he needs to go. So let's hear what Chris Wallace had to say. And he doesn't like Trump.
That the two of them decided after November of 2022 that he was going to seek the presidency when there were so many people who thought he should have turned it over to a new generation. And this has been, quite frankly, a car accident in slow motion that we've seen over and building and questioning it. And, you know, as has been pointed out, Joe Biden sought this debate at this remarkably early time because he knew he was losing and he needed to change the narrative. Yeah. And he did change the narrative. He sunk his campaign tonight. That the two of them decided after.
So that is like basically everything that I saw. That was on CNN, right? So it was CNN. I mean, just going after him. They didn't try and spin it at all. That's the surprising thing. That's the thing that leads me to think that, you know, maybe Joe was set up for a fall. Maybe he was. Was it Joe himself who demanded the debate early? Or was it his handlers? I mean, does Joe make any decisions? I think that they just hand him pieces of paper and he signs them. I think that's the relationship he has with his staff. Oh, yeah. They said he had a cold, Joe Biden. They said he had a cold, and that explains it. All right. Scott Adams, I've never been so afraid of catching a cold. Let's see. I think somebody else had one there too. Mostly peaceful memes. Everyone knows one of the main side effects of a cold is being retarded. Yeah, that might be the tweet of the day, I think. I wish I'd come up with that. So let's look at some more right now. Okay, so here's some more CNN coverage.
Right now, as we speak, there is a deep, a wide, and a very aggressive panic in the Democratic Party. It started minutes into the debate, and it continues right now. It involves party strategists, it involves elected officials, it involves fundraisers. And they're having conversations about the president's performance, which they think was dismal, which they think will hurt other people down the party in the ticket. And they're having conversations about what they should do about it. Some of those conversations include, should we go to the White House and ask the president to step aside? Other of the conversations are about, should prominent Democrats go public with that call? Because they feel this debate was so terrible. They do say in moments in the debate later, the president got better and got his footing, but then at the end, even his closing statement was a little halting. The contrast between the two candidates right now, as we speak, there is.
Now we should keep in mind they're entirely capable, like CNN, the media in general, is entirely capable of doing a complete about face with no apologies or explanations and just going in the completely opposite direction, depending on what orders they're given. Right? So we got to keep that in mind. But boy, that was surprising. It was surprising that we were hearing something that was real, like honest and true. Like, they were admitting what actually happened. That's the shocking thing, because they just never do that. Antipop says, who was in old Joe's ear? Well, maybe that was it. Maybe they were trying to coach him along, and it was just brain overload. His brain just couldn't handle it. It was too much, and that helped him to short out. I don't know. I just assumed he was going to have something in his ear, to prompt him. I would have been surprised if they'd had a teleprompter for him with the answers on the teleprompter for him to read. But maybe there was something in his ear, and it was just, information overload for him. It was just simply too much. I don't know. Radio Streamer says he did seem to fidget with his ear a lot. Well, I don't know. Maybe it had fallen off earlier in the day and they glued it back on or something. Who knows? Here's another one. Let's take a look at this. We have to watch all this stuff. You've probably seen a bunch of this already, but we have to watch this anyway. We have to go through this and watch this stuff anyway. We have to do it to honor our ancestors, because that's why we do everything, at least here on Radio Baloney.
One of the things was, would either candidate look like the caricature that the other campaign has been trying to paint of him? And at the end of the day, Joe Biden looks like the caricature that conservative media has been painting. And there were no clips tonight, right? You saw it before your eyes. Look, I don't.
The caricature of Joe Biden, the conservatives, Republicans had been painting. Well, I think we've just proven that it wasn't a caricature. It was an accurate description of him. Let's continue.
I want to just tell you what I think here, Tom. I've been talking to a lot of leaders in the Democratic Party, electeds, coalition leaders. There's a full-on panic about this performance. Not like, oh, this is recoverable. It is more of okay, he's got to step aside. There's a lot of that chatter. This is about as bad of a performance in order to that Biden could have delivered if his goal was to try to sort of calm the waters among Democrats. I mean, look, there was, one of the things was,
what is happening? What is happening? That's Chuck Todd. That's Chuck Todd. And what he just said was actually true. He just said something true on national television. That's Chuck Todd, people. Has the universe inverted? What is going on? I don't know. Maybe it all was part of a plan. Who knows? All I know is that when Chuck Todd is on NBC News telling the truth, I don't know, maybe the sky's about to fall or something. Maybe the universe is about to explode or something. I don't know. All I know is that it's weird and it's not normal. Let's see. Dinesh D'Souza says, this is probably my favorite moment from the debate. From Colin Rugg. Breaking, the Border Patrol Union responds after President Joe Biden says the Border Patrol supports him. Biden, by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed me, or by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed me, endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a blah, blah, blah. Border Patrol Union. To be clear, we have never and never will endorse Biden. Let's watch this.
We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. Significantly, by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed me, endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was taking separate. We significantly increased, significantly.
Well, the other half of the narrative, aside from the narrative about Joe Biden being just too old, just too demented, is that Trump lied. Joe he's too old for it. He's too demented for it now, but Trump just lied. He just lied the whole time. Well, I'm trying to remember the Trump lies. I can't actually remember the Trump lies. It seemed like Biden was the one doing the lying for the whole evening. Here's just one of them. Here's one of Joe Biden's lies. But he lied about a lot of stuff. He lied about late-term abortion. He lied about the Fine People hoax. Yet again, that was just debunked by Snopes of all places. In fact, let's bring that up. Let's see. Okay. Maybe they took it down because people actually looked at it. Snopes, Donald Trump. Hold on. Fine people on both sides. They didn't take it down, did they? Because they just put that up like a week or two ago. Let's see. Here we go. Snopes. No, Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people. And then they say, well, they remain controversial, but he didn't. If even Snopes is saying it, okay, and they're, totally in the bag for the left. If even they're saying it, okay, I mean, come on. But Biden's still up on stage saying it. Again, like, he's not this nice old guy. He's a cynical old monster, in my opinion. How about the late-term abortion in the 9th month, in the 3rd trimester? How about U.S. states with unrestricted abortion? Let's pull this up. No restrictions. So that means in the 9th month. By the way, Canada has no restrictions. If you can find a doctor to do it for you in Canada, you can have an abortion 5 minutes before you're supposed to give birth. Let's see. No restrictions. Vermont, Michigan, New Jersey, DC, New Mexico, Colorado, Oregon. No restrictions. No restrictions. That's in the United States. Joe also lied about that. He said that didn't happen. He lied about that as well. He lied about the suckers and losers comment. He said inflation was 15% when he took office. It was 6.4%. He lies about everything. The Fine People's hoax, yet again. Everybody knows now, apparently except for him. He's hoping that lots of people don't know that it's a lie, that it's a hoax. He keeps repeating this shit. Although, what does he know and what doesn't he know? I mean, he probably doesn't know how to use the internet, right? So I guess they just tell him to say things and then he says them. They'd say, this is true. Are you sure that's true? Yeah, that's true. Sure. Just say it, Joe. Just say it. Just say what we fucking tell you to say, all right? Do it and you'll get your favorite butterscotch pudding tonight. All right? Just fucking say it. Anyway, let's move on. Russell Brand, I can't believe that just happened. What happened?
Making sure that we're able to make every single...
Let's pull it up bigger. It looks better when I clip this stuff.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump? Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
Making sure.
Oh, good Lord. Good Lord. That's bad. Jeez, that's bad. And you know what the craziest thing is? That they told us he was fine. It was all fine. Behind closed doors, it's all fine. Trump said at one point, he said, I don't think I actually even have the clip for that. He said, this is a waste of time. This is really just a waste of time. Right? And he was right. In the sense that you're not going to, Biden, you're not going to have a meaningful debate with Biden in it. But it wasn't really a waste of time because it clarified the race in the clearest and starkest way. In the clearest and starkest way. And it clarified who Biden is in the clearest and starkest way. Because you can't hide that. You can't spin that. Maybe they'll still try, but it's impossible. They can't call this a cheap fake, right? Everybody saw it in real time. And the media pretended. They pretended that he was fine. Even Sharp and Vigorous. Sharp and Vigorous. For years, they lied about this. They said he was great behind closed doors. They gaslit ceaselessly for years to the point of utter absurdity, to the point where many of us just couldn't believe what we're actually hearing, that they would actually be that cynical and shameless to continue on with the fiction that Joe Biden was capable. And they did it right up until the point, they gaslit right up until the point where they could gaslight no more. Where the gaslight literally ran out of gas. And then they pretended to be shocked. Shocking. As if they had no idea that any of this could happen. It's truly remarkable, but let's continue. Okay, let's watch this one.
On the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it.
It's true. All he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. I guess the media is so used to gaslighting everybody, right? That it's just, this feeble old man who's completely demented. Let's pretend that he's not. Let's pretend he's totally capable and vigorous. It's just one more thing to lie about, right? They've been lying about the border for years. They lie about everything. So just one more thing, I guess. Let's see, from Dougie Cass. What I am hearing regarding Joe Biden, Ron Klain and Barack Obama are having a sit-down with the president today. Joe Biden is insistent that Joe runs. Kamala is furious that she is not being considered as a replacement. Whitmer and Newsom are. Interestingly, my neighbor in East Hampton is hosting the Bidens tomorrow. It will be an important tell if the fundraiser is canceled. Well, I don't have any word on that, but okay. So zoomed in video of Joe Biden leading Joe off the debate stage. This is insane. Yeah, this is a little blurry, but you can see that he can't walk down those little steps by himself. He has to be led off by his wife. Well, I will say he's got to be the most awful, narcissistic, most selfish wife of all time. Let's see. How about this one? Libs of TikTok. Oh my God. Let's watch it.
We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed me, endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was taking separate, we significantly increased.
Okay, so we already know that that was a lie. Border Patrol Union, to be clear, we have never and never will endorse Biden. Yeah, we already know that. Okay. So what's this? Shocking and so this is a bit clearer of a picture of Joe being let off at the end, I believe. Let's no handshake, obviously, because they hate each other. And if I was Trump, I wouldn't shake his hand either. Big step. What is that, like about 2 inches? Yikes. And I would feel sorry for him if he weren't so evil, if he hadn't set the world on fire. What's this here? Dem operative. It's hard to argue that Biden should be our nominee. CNN breaking news. There they are again. Okay, I think we've seen that already. All right, so we have to watch this. Okay, so this is the new Trump ad. It's a minute and a half. I think that we should watch the whole thing.
Both sides, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare, we're trying to provide housing for Black Americans. The impact on the choice, the idea that they're gonna, I'm proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I've not raised the cost of Social Security for anybody. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. And wants to get away with, get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
Ooh, that is devastating. And Trump, he had a couple of good zingers in there, but he was not as brutal as he could have been. He was fairly restrained, I will say. It would have looked like Mike Tyson beating up a 5-year-old if he'd really laid into him. He was quite restrained, which I was a little bit surprised by. But I think it's probably good that he was. Another thing is, did you notice the lack of blinking for long periods with Joe Biden? There was one point where I think I counted 20 seconds where he didn't blink. He just had his eyes bugged out and wide open, and there was long stretches where he did not blink his eyes. So is that like a drug thing? I wonder. But long stretches, it was weird. Candle Monkey says, wow, glad I didn't watch the debate. Well, you know what the thing is? It was historic. I'm glad that I did watch it because that was historic. You'll never see another debate like that again in the U.S. or anywhere else probably, where you have such an obvious, emperor's new clothes candidate, such an obvious puppet on the stage, such the product of years of gaslighting. You'll never see this again. I don't think it is historic. I'm just getting into the chat here. Let's see. What do we got? Xerxes, good to see you in the chat, sir. He says that Biden is a pathological liar and demented. What? Fact check true. Cobra says Trump was showing restraint and not going all out on Biden. I believe Trump actually felt bad for him. Well, there are times when you can see his face there. He's looking at him kind of like, geez, it's like he can't believe what he's witnessing there too. And, you know, Trump is old as well. I mean, he's not like Biden. He's still very spry, especially for his age, and very energetic still. But yeah, I mean, maybe it's in the back of his head, you know, there, but for the grace of God go I. I could be like that too. Xerxes says, I think the most evil is the puppet master behind Biden, probably Obama. Well, it feels like almost a certainty that Obama is wielding a lot of power behind the scenes. He has to be, right? The loyalty to Obama, I think, stretches pretty deep, goes pretty deep within the Democratic Party, and I think within the Biden administration. They basically worship him like a god. Antipop says he's got eyeballs tattooed to his eyelids. Cobra says his eyes being stuck open are probably the effects of cocaine on an elderly person. I think that's plausible. All right. Let's see. Bill Ackman. Tonight was an indictment of the Democratic Party. How could they? Did they think they could pull one over on the American people? Well, that's the question, right? We've been talking about this all night, right? Like, was this kind of, they set him up to fail so they could get rid of him or pressure him out, whatever? Or did they think that they could actually spin whatever happened? Catastrophic for the party and everyone in charge. How much money has the party and the campaign taken from the American people to put up Joe Biden as the candidate? I would say too much. Oh, this is a good. Okay, let's check this out.
The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us. The only jobs he created.
Yeah, that's, you know, it was good that Trump, I think he did kind of meander a little bit at times, but he did stay on message with the most important thing, which was the border and illegal immigration. That is the number one issue. Immigration is the number one issue, I think, in like every Western country right now, regardless of what the news would tell you. It's a thing that affects everything else. It affects housing, inflation, education, healthcare, everything, crime, everything. And he did a good job of repeatedly hammering away at that, I think. This is funny. Let's just watch this for a laugh.
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries. I personally believe.
I forgot about her. Yeah, this is one of those people who, when they ask you, what should I do with my life? You should just say, just look good. Don't try and do anything else. Now, here's another thing. That expression on his face, that scowl, that evil dictator, that utterly corrupt dictator scowl on his face, it was either that or he was looking off into the light and wanting to go into it. Half the evening, he had that awful, mean, nasty, like, look at that expression. Look at that scowl. Jesus asking him a question. It's incredible.
Any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I support Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. First time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians,
Any legal limits on how...
Look at the expression on his face there. God, that's just that alone should have lost him the debate. Never mind the rest of it. This was truly bizarre. Truly bizarre. Biden says there's a lot of young women being raped by their in-laws. He also said by like their sisters. That was really weird. By their spouses to justify illegal immigrants killing and raping American citizens. Truly bizarre. I mean, what is this guy's political philosophy exactly?
Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in. They talk about that, but here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
What the hell was that? I mean, what the hell was that? But let's hear what Trump has to say.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing.
Look, there's so many young women who have been, including...
You look at the expression on Biden's face when Trump's saying that. It's almost like, looks like to be like, oh shit, did I really do that? Did I really do that? But here's the deal. So there's illegal immigrants that he let in that have killed quite a lot of women, that committed a lot of violent crimes, especially against women. But here's the deal. Americans also do. It's just truly bizarre. Again, what is this guy's actual political philosophy? I mean, it looks weird and creepy and insane. So here's part of the gaslighting that we got. Well, Biden, this was not very long ago, I don't think.
The most difficult part about a meeting with President Biden is preparing for it, because he is sharp, intensely probing, and detail-oriented and focused. The most difficult part about it.
Yeah, this was, I think, just a few months ago. It was around the same time that Joe Scarborough was talking about how smart and together. In fact, he was more together than he'd ever been. In fact, I think we have that clip in here somewhere. Let's see if we can find it quickly. Here we go. MSNBC on Biden's cognitive abilities. Okay, so here's Joe Scarborough, and I believe this was just like 2-3 months ago.
But comparing that guy's mental state, I've said it for years now, he's cogent. Mm-hmm. But I undersold him when I said he was cogent. He's far beyond cogent. In fact, I think he's better than he's ever been. Intellectually, analytically, because he's been around for 50 years. And, I don't know if people know this or not, Biden used to be a hothead. Sometimes that Irishman would get in front of the reasoning. Sometimes he would say things he didn't want to say. This is, and I don't really, you know what? I don't really care. Start your tape right now because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the truth. This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever. Not a close second. And I've known him for years. The Brzezinskis have known him for 50 years. If it weren't the truth, I wouldn't say it. And you.
The best version ever. Well, what was he in a coma before? What exactly? This is how you know that he's paid to lie for a living. These people are paid to lie for a living because there is no way he actually believes what he's saying. There is no way. It's just not possible. You know, we saw the truth last night. We saw it with our eyes. We know you're lying, Joe Scarborough. We knew you were lying when you said this a few months ago. I mean, this is how you know that they're paid to lie. There is no way. There's no universe in which he actually believes the things he just said there. He just thought he'd get away with it. They'd protect Biden enough that he'd get away with it. But there is no way he actually believed that. Elon Musk said, laughing my ass off. All right, what else we got here? Which was this one?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you're. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie, that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
That was good. But Joe Biden was the one who brought up the golf stuff, right? Like they accused Trump of not being presidential. Joe Biden's the one who brought up this stuff. He's the one who brought up the suckers and losers thing, obviously, and the fine people's hoax as well. Candle Monkey says, "Hey, Scarborough, is Biden a scratch golfer?" All right. Razorfist said, disaster for Biden. What in holy hell were his handlers thinking? Well, we're wondering. There's a couple of ways of thinking about that. Let's see. What else we got here? I think we'll probably bring this segment to an end pretty soon. I think we've gone through a lot of it. All right. So Charlottesville hoax truth. Okay. So let's take a look at this.
And you had some very bad people in that group.
So let's take a look at what Trump really said when he said very fine people.
And you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. And you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And you had some very bad people.
And the mainstream media wonders why people hate them and don't trust them. You know, they spread the lie, the hoax, the fine people's hoax immediately, and they kept doing it for years. They kept spreading that hoax. Years. Biden is still doing it himself. The evidence is right there. You don't have to work for the New York Times. You don't have to be a New York Times or Washington Post journalist to spend 3 minutes on Google to find this and see the truth. This is why people don't respect journalists. This is why people think that journalists aren't journalists, that they're activists, that they're propagandists. Because if you yourself, personally, can just sit down at a computer and find the entire clip and watch it within a few minutes and know the truth and know that the professionals, these vaunted, that these celebrated institutions are lying to you. They're bold-faced lying to you because they've seen what you've just seen as well. And they know. And now you know that they know. This is why people don't trust them, because of stuff like this. I mean, what is a citizen journalist? Is a citizen journalist just somebody who just watches the clip for themselves and doesn't believe Jake Tapper or Don Lemon or the New York Times or the Washington Post just because they said so? Is that a citizen journalist? Is a citizen journalist just somebody who just literally sits down at their computer or looks at their phone and searches for a clip and watches the clip and then knows the truth within 3 minutes? Because I would trust the citizen journalist over the professional journalist who obviously is lying any day of the week. Because if you don't think the people that told you, the people that spread the fine people hoax, if you think that they hadn't seen the whole clip, you're kidding yourself. They knew they were lying. They were being activists. They were being political operatives. That's why everybody hates them. Deservedly so. How about this one?
Believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming out. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you hear any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people?"
Just an evil, lying, horrible, power-hungry old man. I mean, what else can you say about it? I mean, we've been through over most of this already anyway, right? Just unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Joe Biden just declared that every single person who votes for Trump is voting against American democracy. What are the people that are voting for the guy who's using the Department of Justice at his own party to persecute their main political rival? What do you call that? Is that democracy exactly? Is changing laws so you can prosecute him? Is that democracy? Is coming up with novel legal theories? Democracy is him being charged, but you not being charged for exactly the same thing in the classified documents case. Is that a vote for democracy, to vote for you? I mean, it's so disgusting and gross and horrible. And by the way, classified documents could be anything. It's just basically anything that's in there. Literally, like a menu for the White House lunch is a classified document. Everything is. And by the way, those, we're not going to get into right now, but I'm sure you've seen that the photos you saw from Mar-a-Lago with the documents, they were staged by the FBI. Those classified cover letters, cover pages on top of the documents, yeah, they were put there by the FBI. They brought them and put them on those. But we're not going to get into that right now. Well, here's an interesting one. Is Joe wearing an earpiece? Let's take a look.
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker.
It looks like he's listening there, doesn't it? It looks like he's just listening to something there. He's listening to somebody. Huh.
They say. But she's saying,
what's he touching his ear
it's
for?
my responsibility.
What's he touching his
I
ears
was
for?
responsible for this because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down.
Maybe the earpiece started malfunctioning. Maybe he couldn't hear it. Maybe he was trying to adjust it there. Maybe that's why he froze, because nobody was telling him what to say. Who knows?
Down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor in writing turned it down. The mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see. I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her, and she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day.
Is he going to touch his ear again?
I don't know. He can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
I don't know. Maybe he had an earpiece in. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's watch this quickly.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd.
See how happy he is there? He knows he's getting his favorite butterscotch pudding later on in the evening because Jill's happy with him. He did good. He did good. Maybe we'll just leave it off with that. Oh, here's Gavin Newsom right now. Yeah. He's been in the news a lot. He's been making a lot of appearances. He's been making himself known, I think, skulking in the background like the political vampire that he is, just waiting for his opportunity. All right. You know what? That's it. I can't do any more on this. We've already been doing like over an hour on it. We'll leave it at that. Let's move on. Let's go on to something. Let's actually take a look at the puppies for a minute, because that was all kind of a bit depressing. Look at that. Look at that. Look at his buddies hanging out with his little buddies. They're all friends. They'll probably be lifelong friends. Look at that. That's adorable. I'm so glad that Justin Trudeau hasn't given that puppy vaginoplasty. Really happy. What about the kittens? What's going on here? Good Lord, look at those two. Isn't that lovely? I hope they're not sleeping off of vaginoplasty surgery that Justin Trudeau gave them both. That's the sort of thing he likes to do, I'm pretty sure. Let's go into here. So, real footage of Bigfoot. Wow. So I guess it's true. I guess it's real. I guess now we know. It's Bigfoot.
What the fuck is that? Bigfoot. Oh man, look at him. What the fuck is that?
That's wonderful. Let's see. Woman gets banned for life from UFC for flashing her breasts. I can't believe they kicked me out for that. I can't either. Do you think this punishment is justified? Well, let's take a look. No, absolutely not. They should want more of that. I mean, it's a UFC crowd for one thing. They're not going to be offended by that. They kicked her out for just flashing her breasts. No problem with this whatsoever. It's UFC. She's not at church. So UFC, no one's going to be offended by that. They should encourage it. They should have more of it. They should hire women to go in the stands and do that. By the way, the UFC has the best ring girls. They really put boxing to shame. You know, they have the absolute, I mean, ring girls for a combat sports event, for boxing or UFC. How hard can it really be to just find some hot girls, some 10s, to grab some cards and walk around with them? Right? To hold up the round card or whatever. How hard can that be? You know, boxing, I don't know what it is with boxing. Maybe they're trying to save money, but UFC has got it down perfectly. They've got the best ring girls, absolutely the best ring girls in all of combat sports. It's something to do right. I guess Dana White pays attention to detail, and that's the thing. And they don't skimp on the ring girls. Again, it should just be, this is a no-brainer. This is a no-brainer. I mean, how much difference is it, you know, in terms of cost between, you know, a 7 and a 9? I don't know. It can't be that much. Is this coming across as sexist? Well, it is. Well, it is. If you don't like it,
You shall not pass!
anyway, let's move on. Yuck, who would want that kind of life? I don't blame her. Throw that ring away. So I guess this is a TikTok of a woman who puts a wedding ring or an engagement ring on, and she has a flashes to her life. So let's take a look. Flashes to what her life would be as a married person. See, I don't get this because her house is clean already. And obviously she's not married, but her house is clean already. So she's already cleaning. So she has to clean anyway. And very few women that I've been involved with did not have immaculately clean houses, at least in comparison to mine. I mean, I have what I call cleaning blindness or mess blindness. You could also call it. I just don't see it. I mean, I can clean my place up and I think it's fantastic. I'd be like, I spent 35 minutes cleaning this place and it's perfect now. Everything is perfect. You know, and I don't see it. And then, you know, a woman come over and she'll just start noticing everything. And I guess it did turn out that there was dust everywhere on every surface. But I don't see it. Again, I have mess blindness. So I can't see. It's like time blindness, I guess. I guess I'm disabled. And I guess trying to shame me for not having a perfectly immaculate house is, I guess, mess blindness shaming, I guess. I guess that's ableist. I don't know. But the point is that her house is immaculately clean already. So she's already doing tons of cleaning. So she's cleaning anyway. So I don't really get it. I don't understand her point. You know, I mean, yeah, she's got a great rack. Absolutely. But still, the point is, what is her point exactly? She'd have to do more cleaning, I guess. Well, maybe make that more clear in the video. So this just seems stupid. And also, she should be doing all this cleaning naked. So I don't know. I don't get it. So if she gets married, she'll have to do the same thing she was doing before. Okay. Alrighty. Weird. How about this? If you aren't making at least $500,000 a year, you can't date this single mother. This is a weird one to me. This seems fairly delusional.
Okay, how much money does a guy need to earn to date you?
$500K.
$500K to date her. Okay.
Whoa.
by saying wolf.
You realize that's like
but it's 1%.
That's
But it's
1%.
possible.
What's possible isn't necessarily probable. And you have how many kids?
3.
You are a sex worker, you're an escort. Shouldn't you adjust your standards to be a little
No.
more realistic?
No.
You'd rather be alone than lower your standards from
Yes.
$500K a year.
I mean, I got other standards too, but it's like that money wise, yes.
What are your other standards?
I mean, I
So-
don't want a short dude.
How tall are you?
5'2", 5'3",
What's the minimum height for a guy?
6 foot or taller. But that's like the basics.
So 500K, 6 feet and over. What are your other standards?
I want him to be okay with me having a past.
And do you think you gotta ask yourself, okay, here's all that I want, but what does the guy that I want, what does he want? Okay, how much money does a guy need to earn?
So she's got a lot of demands and doesn't seem to be offering very much. She doesn't seem to have much to offer to the wealthy, tall man who for some reason is going to want to pay for her for the rest of her life. I guess we're getting a little bit, are we getting a bit sexist in this one? I don't know. I think a bit of sexism is good. You know, I think it's good. I think a little bit of subversiveness is healthy. It's good for us. It's like a pressure valve, right? Just to say some things that are just obviously true, right? It's not really sexist if it's true, is it? That's the thing, right? So she's not bringing much to the table. What causes this, I wonder? Is it just social media that causes these ridiculous over expectations? And I hesitate to say this. I really do. I really hesitate to say this, but she can't be making that much as a sex worker. I'm assuming OnlyFans, because that's just like 80%, you know, I don't know. Maybe not 80% of women, maybe like, I don't know. But there's a lot of young women that are doing OnlyFans now, right? But I'm just saying, so that is technically sex work, OnlyFans, right? And I'm just saying that if you're going to be a sex worker, and I'm guessing OnlyFans here, shouldn't you be at least a 7? Right? Because I mean, don't you want to make money? Because what's the point for the OnlyFans subscriber otherwise, right? Like, why pay, I don't know, like, what do they pay? Like $10 a month or something? Why pay $10 a month to look at a short, overweight, resting bitch-faced, delusional, worst waitress at Hooters OnlyFans model? That doesn't make any sense to me. How are your tips tonight? Not so good. Not so good. Every night it's not so good. So I don't know. It's not making a lot of sense. There must be some clues that perhaps she should lower her standards just a tad. That perhaps the guy making the over 6 foot tall, I'm sure she wants him extremely handsome and chiseled as well. I'm sure there must be some clues in her life right now that would suggest that perhaps that guy may not want her. Because she seems to have a lot of issues, it seems to me. But I don't know. I mean, again, I hesitate to say it. But, you know, it just feels like something that's true. Just feels true, right? And the truth will set you free. That's the secret. That's the thing. The truth will set you free. It's always better to know in all situations. It's better to know the truth about the people around you, but especially about yourself and your relation to the world. It is always better to have the real information, to know what's really happening, because then you can make intelligent decisions about yourself and make intelligent choices and make good decisions and make productive decisions and do productive things, which you can't do if you're living in a fantasy land like this woman. Let's see. Xerxes says, oh my God, these women are so stupid. Why would we want them? Well, I think that's the thing. We don't. And I guess it's going to take a while to figure that out, sadly. All right, so let's go back now to this Tractor Supply reversing course on the woke stuff. So this is a white pill thing, and I'd like to show the white pills when they come out because I think things are changing. It's not totally hopeless. The culture doesn't need to be destroyed. Western civilization doesn't need to be destroyed. We can fight back, and we are, and we're making progress with it. So let's take a look. Tractor Supply reverses course, backs out of woke initiatives following conservative backlash. Good. Conservatives need to, I mean, the great thing is that conservatives are just sane people, or just like sane liberals who are actually liberal, need to fight back because the activists have been going hard and they don't care about you, and they don't care about your feelings or your life or what you want or about civilization. They want to tear civilization down, right? So normal people have to fight back, and they have to become kind of activists themselves, even if in just a small way. Tractor Supply, a rural retailer known for selling farming equipment, announced on social media this week that it was reversing course on woke initiatives after facing backlash from conservative activists online. Good. The company faced potentially having to deal with the same fallout of other major corporations that embraced wokeness, including Anheuser-Busch, so Bud Light, and Target, and more. See, that was really the dam that broke. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, wasn't it? It was the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light thing. With that, the dam just burst. And it was heard across the land that all of a sudden you're taking a risk. You're taking more of a risk doing this stuff, depending on what the company is, right? Like makeup companies, well, it doesn't really matter with them, right? But stuff like, beer companies, you're taking more of a risk than you are with not getting that BlackRock money because your ESG score isn't high enough. That doesn't matter if you just lose all of your clients, right? If you can't sell anything or you can't sell enough, none of that matters. ESG doesn't matter at that point. And that became clear and stark, and that's a very good thing. The company said it had invested millions of dollars in conservative causes, including veteran causes, emergency response, animal shelters, state fairs, rodeos, and farmers markets. And how much do you think that the people that were running Tractor Supply were actually woke, or they were feeling like they were being extorted into investing in this stuff? The company said it heard from customers after activists online, including Robbie Starbuck, who organized the campaign, brought to their attention actions that the company took that they were disappointed in. The company listed the following examples of actions that it would take to remedy the situation. No longer submit data to the Human Rights Campaign. We're going to get into that in a second. Eliminate DEI roles, diversity, equity, and inclusion roles, and retire our current DEI goals while still ensuring a respectful environment. Good. Withdraw our carbon emission goals and focus on our land and water conservation efforts. Good. This is what they should do. This is what every company should do. The company said it would continue listening to its customer base and work to earn their trust. Good. Statement was well received on the political right, including by Andrew Sarabian, a top advisor to Donald Trump Jr. Quote, "This is a huge win and proof that major brands are recognizing that going woke is bad for business. Get woke, go broke. A big change from 5 years ago. Credit to Tractor Supply for changing course and doing the right thing." Conservative activist Christopher Rufo posted, "Well done. Thank you, Tractor Supply. I will be doing more business with you in the future." So the first thing they mentioned here was Human Rights Campaign. So what is that? Well, let's take a look at this story from, I did a video a little while back that talked about DEI and all of that. And we did look at Human Rights Campaign a bit more in depth than we're going to look at it here. And oh, by the way, this is a great time to say, Rumble, I'm getting loads of new subscribers this week, which is fantastic. So if you're not subscribed, if you're watching on Rumble right now and you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel. You get all of my lovely and nutritious videos. They'll be right there when you log on. And YouTube as well. I know not as many people see it on YouTube, see these live streams. Way more people see them on Rumble. But if you're on YouTube, really, you should come start watching me on Rumble because that's the future. But I appreciate you watching on YouTube too. And if you're watching there, subscribe as well. And, it's all good. It's all good. But let's get into this the story. Oh, and yeah, don't forget to put a like on the video because that's helpful. And it makes me feel good. And it's good karma for you too. So you can't have too much good karma. You might need it. In fact, you probably will. Inside the CEI system, pushing brands to endorse celebs like Dylan Mulvaney. So what's going on here? There's Dylan Mulvaney pretending to be a lady. Executives at companies like Nike, Anheuser-Busch, and Kate Spade, whose brand endorsements have turned controversial trans influencer Dylan Mulvaney in today's woke it girl, aren't just virtue signaling. They're handing out lucrative deals to what were once considered fringe celebrities because they have to, or risk failing an all-important social credit score that could make or break their business. So it's all just extortion. At stake is their Corporate Equity Index, or CEI, Corporate Equity Index score, which is overseen by who? Human Rights Campaign, the largest LGBTQ plus political lobbying group in the world. This is the same people that Tractor Supply is no longer submitting data to the Human Rights Campaign. Now, Human Rights Campaign, which has received millions from, guess who? George Soros's Open Society Foundation, among others. They're probably getting government funding as well. Issues report cards for America's biggest corporations via the CEI Corporate Equity Index, awarding or subtracting points for how well companies adhere to what Human Rights Campaign calls its rating criteria. So you have to please them to get a good Corporate Equity Index score. And don't forget, funded by George Soros. Businesses that attain the maximum 100 total points earn the coveted title, Best Place to Work for LGBTQ Equality. 15 of the top 20 Fortune-ranked companies received 100% ratings last year. The corruption is just everywhere. Let's see. Human Rights Campaign, which was formed in 1980 and started the CEI in 2002, is led by Kelly Robinson, who was named as president in 2022 and worked as a political organizer for, guess who? Barack Obama's 2008 presidential campaign. Not surprising. James Lindsay, a political podcaster who runs a site called New Discourse. You've seen, I've shown you James Lindsay stuff a million times on here. I'm sure you've probably seen him on your own. He's excellent, though. Told the Post that the Human Rights Campaign administers the CEI rankings, quote, like an extortion racket, like the mafia. It doesn't just sit back passively either. Human Rights Campaign sends representatives to corporations every year telling them what kind of stuff they have to make visible at the company. They give them a list of demands, and if they don't follow through, there's a threat that you won't keep your CEI score, which is important for getting funding from places like BlackRock, extortion racket, like an extortion racket, he says, like the mafia, like nice business you got here. Shame if something happened to it. The CEI is a lesser-known part of the burgeoning ESG, environmental, social, and corporate governance, ethical investing movement increasingly pushed by the country's top 3 investment firms. ESG funds invest in companies that oppose fossil fuels, push for unionization, and stress racial and gender equity over merit in hiring and board selection. So why do these... No, actually, there's a little bit more I think we need to get into here. Hold on one second. There's something else I wanted to get to. As a result, some American CEOs are more concerned about pleasing BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street Bank, who are among the top shareholders of most American publicly traded corporations, including Nike, Anheuser-Busch, and Kate Spade, than they are about irritating conservatives, numerous sources told the Post, or doing fair hiring practices, say, right? Because, diversity, equity, inclusion is not about fair practicing. Fair, it is not. I just did a Biden. It's not about fair practicing. Jesus. Give me some of those Biden drugs. It's not about fair hiring practices. It's about picking the winners and losers based on identity. So, no longer submitting data to the Human Rights Campaign saying, we're not interested anymore. Fuck off. You're not going to extort us anymore. We're going our own way. Hopefully, many, many, many companies will continue with that. Antipop says, was that Larry Fink? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. All right. 2 hours in. I'm going to take just a quick break for 2 minutes. You know what for. You can do the same thing. I'll be right back. I'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Again, if you're not subscribed to the channel, especially on Rumble, please subscribe to the channel. I'm not saying that if you don't, your life will be destroyed. I'm not saying that. I mean, it could happen, but I'm not saying that it will. Same goes for likes. All right, you know what? This is a good time, I think, right now to do one of my ad reads. And I think we'll do an ad read for the Rumble store. How about that? That'll be fun. All right, they got this thing where I can do ad reads. It's right in the app. Fantastic. Okay. Rumble's exclusive apparel has finally arrived. They are now offering 20% off all purchases in the Rumble store with the discount code DROP20, DROP20. So if you use that, you will get 20% off. If you want to support the brand that is fighting for free speech and fighting for our First Amendment, this is the best way to do it. They have tees, sweaters, hats, plus much, much more. Go to the Rumble store, rumble.store, and make sure to enter DROP20, DROP20, as the promo code to get 20% off your entire order. And why not? I mean, look, you want to support free speech, right? I mean, there's one way to do it. You got to support free speech platforms. I'm getting some nice swag, some nice, a hat or a tee or something that spreads the message. So I'm very happy to read these ads because I want to support Rumble because I think they are genuinely a good company trying to do good. And free speech is really the most important right we have. When we talk about human rights, free speech is the most important right that there is. Without that, you've got nothing else. You got absolutely nothing else. So support Rumble because they're supporting you. And I'm very happy to do those ad reads. All right. Let's take a look at the chat here. Don't forget to subscribe. I'm going to say it again because I forget, like for hours, I'll forget to say it. So I'll say it a bunch of times now. All right. Well, you guys were pretty active talking about this sex worker with the grossly overinflated sense of self-worth. Let's see. Radio Streamer says she's just unrealistic. I would say so. Val, hey Val, welcome to the chat. How you doing? Good to see you. Val says this is everywhere. It's insane. Sexism, more like reality. I agree. Cobra says they are all unrealistic. LOL. Radio Streamer says incredibly self-deluded. Cobra says, oh dear, you're up to it again, Cobra. Why do you say these things? I got to read it though. Cobra says she doesn't even look that good. I would say maybe an overgrown Oompa Loompa. What? Oh dear. Actually, I endorse that. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, is it mean that I think a better career for her would involve a welder? Do you know what? I think she'd probably make more money. I think she'd definitely make more money. So no, approved. I approve. I endorse that. Antipop says she doesn't lack self-esteem. No, she doesn't. But there is such a thing as having unearned self-esteem. Like it's good to have like reality, the truth will set you free. It's better to know the truth because you'll make better decisions. If that means you have to lower your expectations a little bit, well, you can have a much better life with lower expectations than unrealistic expectations that you will never achieve. I don't mean low expectations, I mean lower than unrealistic. Let's see. Antipop says Larry Fink is way more sinister than old Joe. I think that Larry Fink knows what he's doing. I think he actually is controlling things. I mean, does he have somebody above him that's pulling strings? I don't know. But I mean, he is lucid, right? So in that sense, I would agree he's more sinister than old Joe. Old Joe is just I think just kind of a moral monster just lashing out hysterically, like at this point, just like a wounded animal or something. A wounded animal with dementia. Sorry. Antipop says Rumble Pants. I don't know about that. I don't know if I saw that, but go to the store. You might see something you like. All right. So let's see what's next. So Tommy Robinson. Are you guys aware of Tommy Robinson? Do you know who he is? He actually worked for Rebel News for a little while, but he started the EDF years ago, a couple of decades ago in England. He has been an anti-mass migration campaigner for a long time. He is opposed to Islamism, which he sees as a threat to the UK, which I think it clearly is becoming more and more of one, right? Political Islamism and militant Islamism. I don't see how you can say that that's not the case in the UK. I mean, but anyway, but he's painted as being this far right lunatic. He's not racist. He sees the things that he doesn't like as political ideas, like political Islamism. That's not a race. That's an ideology, right? He's not racist. He's not any of that. He actually seems like a great guy. But he's just saying things that are obvious that I think probably most people in the UK, if they actually got the unfiltered words from him, would agree with. They'd be popular ideas. Like mass immigration is not popular across the West right now. But he's completely demonized for saying these perfectly reasonable things. And he's become kind of a boogeyman for the left. So he came to Canada to give 3 talks on free speech. And he did his first one in Calgary, Alberta. And as he was leaving the venue, it was a talk on free speech. And as he was leaving the venue, he was arrested. And what happened? Why was he arrested? Well, it turns out that it was not anything to do with those particular officers. It wasn't anything to do with Calgary. The orders had come from up high, from Ottawa. Did it go as high as the Prime Minister's office? Probably. Who would doubt that? Trudeau would see this as a chance for him to virtue signal on the world stage that he arrested that evil Tommy Robinson. The guy who cares about free speech, the guy who wants free speech. But very, very good news. Very, very good news. So there he is being arrested. But very, very good news. Let's take a look at this. Actually, I'll make it bigger. And let's read this here. So, Tommy Robinson, I'm unbelievably happy we won. After being arrested but not charged, because that's Canada now, and having conditions placed on me that prevented my freedom of speech and freedom of assembly, I am now able to go wherever I want as an honorary Canadian. To all my detractors, my haters, and supporters of Castro's illegitimate man baby, have a wonderful day. I will. So part of the conditions placed on him were that he couldn't leave Calgary. So Calgary's in southern Alberta. The next day he had another free speech talk, another event in Edmonton, which is northern Alberta, so he wouldn't be able to go to that. And then he had another one planned in Toronto, so he wouldn't be able to go to that. It's all pretty transparent, right? But let's watch this and hear him explain it all.
So, I have my passport back. I'm on my way to Toronto, which is a massive win, which wouldn't have happened without your support and without the lawyers. Okay, it just wouldn't have happened. I wasn't even allowed to go home. I'm now going to travel to Toronto, give my speech, exercise my free speech in the best way possible at an event. You can still get tickets to that. It's at tommytour.ca. It's on Sunday, and yeah, I've had my tickets, my passport returned. Ezra, what's your thoughts?
Tommy, this is amazing. I mean, David and Goliath doesn't even capture it. Not only are you free to go and give a speech in Toronto, but there's no deportation order. There's no ban. You are leaving as a welcome and honored guest. We're delighted to have you. And every single Canadian who saw that arrest the other day knows that has never happened before. Trudeau has never arrested, let alone sent 8 cops to arrest someone for immigration reasons. He's never banned them from traveling. It was 2-tier policing. And I want to thank our super lawyers for fighting for freedom. I haven't got their legal bill yet. If you want to help me, go to savetommy.com. But all credit to the lawyers. And I want to tell you, sometimes you think you can't win when you fight the government.
Think we could win.
But you got to try. And today's a great victory day. Congrats, Tommy.
Yeah, no, I'm happy. And
so there's another white pill for you, right? David and Goliath, and David won.
Michael, thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure. I'm glad that you had a positive outcome. It was a great outcome.
I wasn't expecting that outcome either, if I'm honest. I wasn't expecting it. And then I know that behind the scenes you were looking at every other avenue of what we could legally do, if not.
Yeah, no, we were looking at the other options, and frankly, this was the best option and the one we hoped for. And luckily, they were very reasonable about it. I got to hats off to them. They did not have to do this, and I'm just glad they did.
I'm very surprised by the outcome too. In Trudeau's Canada, where everything is politicized, certainly the law is politicized. I'm very surprised by it, but it shows you that not everybody is part of that weird, woke cult machine.
So am I. And I don't think without your support, Navi, as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're glad at the positive outcome and looking forward to that event on Sunday.
Without lawyers, honestly, without lawyers, I'd be stuck in Calgary. It's my daughter's birthday next week, which is what I was concerned about. I didn't want to say it publicly. It's my daughter's birthday. I weren't even allowed to go home. So I'm not just allowed to go do my tour. I've got my passport back, free to go. So I'll be going to Toronto. I'm excited. I'm shocked as well. And it is the David versus Goliath, and it shows, for me, it proves that what's happened this week shouldn't have happened. I should have been free to go to Edmonton. I should have been free to travel this country. I should have been free to give my discussions and my talks, and now I'm coming to Toronto, so make sure you're there, tommytour.ca. All right?
Let me make a final thank you to Justin Trudeau, because if he hadn't arrested Tommy, this whole thing wouldn't have blown up. 30 million people saw the video of that arrest, and he turned this into a free speech crisis. And we won. If he had just left you alone, Tommy, you would have done your tour and gone home and it wouldn't have been a big deal. Justin Trudeau once again shot himself in the foot. You helped increase freedom for Canadians. I just wanted to say that.
Do you know what I'll say as well? Do you know those officers couldn't have been nicer the entire time? From start to finish, yeah?
It's true.
So even when I was arrested and got to the police station, they could not have been nicer. So they didn't want to do it. It was very clear they did not want to carry out that action. They were forced to. So yeah, I'm on the way to Toronto, man, and I'm buzzing. See you there.
So even though there was a positive outcome there, it never should have happened in the first place. I mean, and this wasn't local officials, right? This was federal. This came from Ottawa. Did it come from the Prime Minister's office? Who knows? Would you doubt it at this point? After all of the corruption that we've seen, would you doubt it? Would you doubt that he would do something for what he might see as political gain? Well, of course, it blew up in his face, became an international embarrassment. So they drop it. But would anybody doubt that Trudeau would try and take an opportunity like this, or one of his minions on their own would take the initiative? No, of course not. That's all they do. Their whole thing is politics. It's just campaigning all the time. They're not so good at the whole governing thing. That's a bit of a problem for them. But even though there was a positive outcome, it never should have happened. He came into the country legally. Then he's arrested and has his movement restricted with no charges. He has no idea why. Still, he has no idea why any of this happened. Only for it to be dropped, for it to be taken to a court and then dropped. With no restrictions, just like, no, you didn't do anything wrong. Totally vindicated. This is Canada now. This is Justin Trudeau's Canada. He wants it to look like a police state. He wants that. This is what leftist authoritarian, far leftist authoritarians do. They want to intimidate. They want to. Fortunately, Trudeau doesn't have absolute power in Canada. Could you imagine if he did? Can you imagine what it would be like if he did? Anybody who didn't escape before then would wish that they had, desperately wish that they had. Anyway, this is Canada now. Hopefully this won't last too much longer. I don't think we'll be able to vote him out until October next year. I don't think he'll step down. I mean, he might, but I doubt it. So we've still got, over a year of this left, of all of this, of him, Trudeau, lashing out. But here's a white pill for us. Here's a white pill. There's hope. There's hope. Don't give up. Let's see. What are you guys saying in the chat? Antipop says BlackRock owns everything, don't they? Yeah, they've got their fingers in everything. I think they're the largest of the, investment, what do you call it? Investment funds, investment companies. Let's see. Hey, we got Freya Dix in the chat. Eddie, $100. All right. Freya Dix, you know exactly how to appeal to my grade, and I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. I love you too, Freya Dix. And it's not just the money. You guys don't have to send in money, I do appreciate it. And again, my greed is just swimming right now. It's absolutely swimming. It's on cloud 9. So I do appreciate it. Let's see what else we got. Freya Dix says Radio Baloney rocks. That's 100% true. Fact checked, true. Flush the turdo, and America needs to see the WWF choreography going on in front of their faces. Yeah. Well, that's what they saw, right? I think that's what they saw last night. They saw that it was all just a sham. That it was everything that they've been shown by the mainstream media was a sham. And then amazingly, the mainstream media turned on a dime. So weird, right? So weird. Oh, I forgot to give Friedix the special donation horn. Here we go. Again, many thanks again, sir. And thanks for being in the chat. Xerxes says, it's terrible what Trudeau has done to Canada. It really is. It really is. I mean, I made a million videos about it. But it really is. I mean, it's generational damage. It's generational harm, generational problems, right? There's no quick fix to any of this. It's not going to happen in 5 years. We've got to get responsible leadership. I mean, Canada's not going to cease to exist. Not everybody can move to a different country. And where do you even go these days, right? But it really is. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy that everybody was asleep. Everybody was used to, non-catastrophic governments. Well, since his father, since Pierre Elliott Trudeau, right? With Mulroney and Martin and John Chrétien and Stephen Harper, right? We got used to non-catastrophic governments. You could argue, you could complain about different things with the different ones, but they, the liberal, the conservative governments, but they weren't crazy. And I never got the sense that, I never got the sense that Chrétien hated Canada. Right? Never said anything like Canada doesn't have a national identity. He didn't excoriate Canadians for their racism and sexism constantly. Tell us that, there's 15 different genocides going on every day in Canada. Paul Martin didn't do that. Mulroney didn't do that. Stephen Harper didn't do that. I got the sense they actually liked the country. So we got used to people that were, regardless of which party, were reasonably responsible. Now, we had decades of that. And the difference between the two parties, in terms of the supporters of those parties, there's an enormous amount of overlap just in terms of ethics and ideals. And, the Overton window is in a different place. So we fell asleep and we elected Hair and Teeth. Literally, we just elected Hair and Teeth, who spouted out a bunch of platitudes and had absolutely no substance whatsoever and just got by on hair and teeth and platitudes until now, for 9 years, right? And all of a sudden, everybody's woken up and said, what the hell? What the hell did this guy do? It's a tragedy. That's the tragedy. We all fell asleep. We weren't paying attention. We just expected that there'd be things we didn't like, but it would be, reasonably managed because that's Canada. Canada's a reasonable, boring country. It would be more or less responsibly managed. Nobody expected that we'd have an actual radical lunatic. Well, Stephen Harper warned us about it, and there were people, but even Stephen Harper must be surprised by how reckless and heedless and insane Justin Trudeau has been. Even he must be surprised. Xerxes says, Free Edicts is great. Absolutely. Cobra says, now he's got great advice here. Everybody needs to click like on the stream. Absolutely. Why doesn't every single person do that? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. Why wouldn't you want that little bit of extra good karma? I don't know. I take it whenever I can get it personally. Because I'm thinking about the future. I'm planning for the future. Anyway, Tommy Robinson is now a free man in Canada, and he can do what he wants. He's got no restrictions. And that's good, but it never should have happened in the first place. All right. Let's see. Maybe we'll come back to that one. Here's Douglas Murray. I'm a great admirer of Douglas Murray, and I think you'll see why. I think we're back on the topic of Justin Trudeau.
He was the biggest media darling in the world there for quite some time, though, Douglas. He had a very long honeymoon indeed. Him and Jacinda Ardern were, and you beautifully described them with that tag of performative caring, because that's what it was. It was all style, no substance. You look at the policies they instituted, they weren't helping people, but they were fated as these new age leaders who were full of compassion and empathy. But yeah, there's not much of that.
It's interesting, Rita, isn't it? And people should be aware of this. The amount you can get away with that is cruel and sometimes evil if you wrap it up in this particular style of politics. As long as you come across all lovey and sort of, silken haired, whether it's Ardern or Trudeau, you can do the most vicious things to your public. And wow, did they do it?
Oh, they did. And during COVID, we discussed that at length.
Yeah, I want to hear that last part again.
Away with that is cruel and
empathy. But yeah, there's not much of that.
It's interesting, Rita, isn't it? And people should be aware of this. The amount you can get away with that is cruel and sometimes evil if you wrap it up in this particular style of politics. As long as you come across all lovey and sort of, silken haired, whether it's Ardern or Trudeau, you can do the most vicious things to your public. And wow, did they do it?
And it's kind of the irony of the whole thing, isn't it? That like all the platitudes about the empathy and all of that. But the other side of that is just endless, vicious accusations against anybody who would question anything that you do. Even if nobody questioned Trudeau, he would still have the attacks. He would still do the attacks just as an intimidation tactic to make sure nobody did. That all the racism and the 500 500 genocides that are happening a day in Canada. There never has been a genocide in Canada. Canadian media has what I call atrocity envy when they look down to the States, right? They look at like the Trail of Tears. They look at slavery in the southern states, right? And I believe I coined this atrocity envy. They wish they had that because they're leftists, right? The academics and the media here, of course, they're 98% far leftists. Have them just straight up Marxist-Leninists, commies, right? And what do they feed off? What do they feed off? Like little succubuses, like ticks, like vampires. They feed off misery. They feed off atrocity. They feed off accusations. You know, who they can accuse, who can they can accuse of being an ist or a phobe or what have you. So in Canada, again, they have the atrocity envy. Like they wish they had something like that. So they have to kind of make stuff up all the time. I mean, they do this in literally every country where they get any kind of power whatsoever. It's just a constant stream of accusations of ism and phobia and all of that. You know? But of course, just like Trudeau, they're the empathetic ones. They're the kind ones. They're the decent ones. By the way, if you don't agree, you're a fucking Nazi. You're a monster. You're one of history's greatest monsters. They never mention they never mention Stalin. They never mention like the Holodomor or anything like that, or the Cultural Revolution in China. They never mention the tens of millions of people. They never mention the 100 millions of people who died unnecessarily from communism. For some reason, they never mention that, by the way. They never mention that. Interesting, isn't it? What the hell's going on? Free Nick's another $50. What the hell? Jesus, I'm eating the good hot dogs this month. Thank you, sir. Extremely generous. Says Radio Baloney, fire is on fire. And I agree. And you, sir, are also on fire, but not in, not in that way, in the good way. Although, I mean, I don't know. I'm not judgmental, so whatever. But anyway, thank you, sir. Let's see. Radio Streamer saying, damn, Friedix, getting enough good karma for the rest of the year already. Let's see. All right. All right. So I'm having a good night. Very good night. All right. What do we got next? And how long have we been going for? 2.5 hours. So it looks like we got, maybe we'll go. I'm going to try and go another 2 hours. Try and go to midnight. Let's see. Here's Pierre Poilievre, and the Canadians in the audience watching this will know who he is. And some of the people who aren't Canadians too, because he's kind of gone viral with some of his, hold on a sec. He's gone viral with some of his interviews with reporters where they've been called Trumpy, and I wouldn't say quite like that, but yeah, he's not taking any bullshit. Let's watch this.
Greedy position, but it's that's what you got with Jag.
Are you confident in Jagmeet?
Okay, Jagmeet Singh is the leader of the NDP, New Democratic Party in Canada, if you don't know. And the NDP is actually even more loony far left party in Canada, even more loony than the Liberals. The Liberals are trying to compete with them to see who can be the most far left loony party, the most class warfare party, the most far left gender wang party. And Jagmeet Singh is the leader of that party. All right, so just to catch up.
Saying that he will support or not support this budget moving forward, which would, of course, trickle into an election if he does not support this.
Let's be honest. Jagmeet Singh is only concerned about his pension. I mean, let's cut the crap, right? He has to wait until January of 2025. to be eligible for a pension. So he's worried that if the election happens and he loses, he won't have a pension. So he's making everyone pay the massive bill of keeping Justin Trudeau around so that he can get to pension eligibility and continue to fund his fancy suits and watches and Beamers. And that's what he's all about. It's a greedy position, but that's what you got with Jag and Justin, a costly coalition that tax your food, punish your work, take your money, double your housing costs, and unleash crime and chaos in your community. But when the carbon tax election happens, you'll be able to elect a common sense government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
This is what the Conservative Party in Canada has needed for a while. Just strong, forthright, no bullshit, just tough, just not, for too long, Conservatives, not only in Canada, but elsewhere, have just kind of taken it. They've had the most horrible things said about them, most ridiculous lies, and just kind of taken it and just said, well, no, I'm not really like that. It's time to fight back. It's time to fight back on their own terms. I'm liking this. I'm a fan of it. Radio Streamer says he needs to start smoking a pipe from the start. Packing the pipe, first false bird at all. Power move. Let's see. A guy called the Jolly, this is from Val, a guy called the Jolly Heretic, I haven't heard of him, believes that after Western collapse, there will be many Byzantiums. So for those not aware, Byzantium was the eastern part of the Roman Empire, which then persisted after the western part fell. So the Roman Empire split. You had the western part, then you had Byzantium. And that persisted until I think about the 12th century, until they were conquered by the Muslims. I know you're white-pilled, but you need to go ahead and prepare for when you need to build new Baloney. That's a good name for this, Baloney. Yeah, well, what are we Balonians going to do? I mean, you're quite right. Being prepared, everybody needs to think about it, because we're not at the end of history. Right? All the big events are not over. They can and will happen again. Empires rise and fall, countries rise and fall. The question is when, and are you going to be part of interesting times, as they call them? Not sure you really want to be in interesting times. Interesting times. Why are they interesting? But it's a real concern. I mean, when you look at south of the border, will you see some kind of amicable or not so amicable divorce between states? Because you've got states that are so diametrically opposed politically right now, it's hard to see them ever getting along, like California and Florida say. So, yeah, we're not at the end of history. History isn't over, and things can happen. And people who have an optimism bias could find themselves in a spot of trouble. So, yeah, you do have to think about it. And I think as Balonians, I think that we do. Let's see. Burns Slot says they talk lots when they're in office. He's talking about the Conservatives, and then turn into Doug Ford when they get in office. That's a concern. That's a genuine concern, and it's a good point. I think you're probably referring to the British Conservatives, the UK Conservative Party, which just seems to have been infiltrated entirely by progressives, because they've just behaved exactly like progressives. I mean, you've got people being arrested for tweets, for tweeting perfectly reasonable things that are not politically correct. In the UK, I'm sure they probably did more mass migration than the Labour Party would have. They've been in power for 15 years. They're going to get wiped out in this next election. The last poll I saw showed Reform, led by Nigel Farage, is actually ahead of them now. After 15 years, of the Conservative Party totally betraying their voters. And I mean, there's a campaign for 0 seats for Conservatives. in the UK now. And it's not coming from Labour. It's coming from the people who voted for the people who betrayed them, the Conservative leaders who betrayed them. So that's a legitimate concern. I'm not black-pilled, though. I am cautiously optimistic about Pierre Poilievre. I'd say I have like 80% confidence in Pierre that he's going to actually do the things we want. And if he doesn't, he needs to be keeping an eye on what's happening in the UK with reform, with the collapse of the Conservative Party there and what's happened and the rise of reform with Nigel Farage. He needs to keep an eye on that because I don't think we're going to wait 15 years to abandon them if they just turn into Trudeau light. I'm not going to wait 15 years, right? I'll be going to the PPC or whatever makes sense because I don't want to be led down that primrose path. Free Nick's another $20. What the hell? Good Lord. Just in case I die tonight, Radio Balonians for life. Well, I certainly hope that doesn't happen. Because, there's going to be another stream next Friday. No, but seriously, though, thank you very much. You've been super generous tonight. And yeah, I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. Burnslot says the cons in Canada want to ban weed. He won't be smoking pipe. There's zero chance that they will ban weed or abortion or anything else like that. Radio Streamer says, I mean tobacco. Candle Monkey says the Baloney coin. Will that be the coin of the realm for Bologna? Great idea. The bowloin of Candle Monkey. Let's see. Oh, Antipop says Baloney. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, don't worry, buddy. At this point, I'm pretty sure if you died, you'd get a 21 donation horn salute at the funeral. Absolutely. All right. So Burn Slots is very concerned about weed. I'm telling you right now, there is absolutely no chance they're banning weed. That is not happening. They're not reversing on that. That is not the most important issue that Canadians are worried about. And he's politically smart enough to know that, right? But who knows? Maybe you're right. But I just think that's extremely unlikely. In fact, I'm certain that's not going to happen. I don't think you need to worry about it. Burnslot says, what is the biggest issue for Canadians? Immigration by a mile. Immigration by a mile. It's not the environment. No, immigration by a mile. I know where you're going with this, that he's not talking about it. He has made statements on it. He's not pushing it hard. But he has made some statements that perhaps not as he hasn't talked about it as much as I would like. What he said is he wants to tie it to house building and to only bring in people that we would need, like doctors, that sort of thing. He says it's out of control and it's not rational right now. This is why I'm not 100% on PR, by the way. This is why I'm not 100%. This is why I'm like cautiously optimistic, 80%. I feel he's going to do something about it. But again, if he doesn't, I'm not hanging around for a decade waiting for him to do it, right? I'll be changing and I'll be moving my support somewhere else. Let's see. This video couldn't get any more peak liberal. A Leslie Church volunteer that can barely string together a thought together also can't defend his logic while being interviewed over a homeless man with zero self-awareness as to why Canadians are rejecting the Liberal Party. Of course, the Jewish vote is to blame, which is fine, as naturally they wouldn't want Islamist mobs cheering genocidal slogans in the streets. Yeah, I can see why they wouldn't like that. The question is why so many liberals are fine with it. So let's take a look here.
How do you feel about the Liberal loss last night of this riding?
I'm surprised she was.
I mean, there's a homeless guy passed out in the doorway of her office. So Leslie Church, she was running in a like a Liberal fortress riding in Canada. There was a by-election that just happened. And this was one of the safest seats for Trudeau, for the Liberals in Canada. And even the Conservatives weren't expecting to win it. And they did win it. The Liberals lost, which is a very, very bad sign. Very bad sign for the forthcoming election, if they needed more bad signs. But here, Liberal Party headquarters for this Leslie Church, there's a homeless guy passed out right in front of it. Apparently he's always there, by the way. That's actually his home. I mean, you just can't make this stuff up.
Eating by 700, and then woke up this morning and there was about 590 for Stewart.
What do you think that is?
I think there was electoral interference by Melissa Lansman. She sent letters to the Jewish community to vote for Conservative.
Is that considered electoral interference?
I think she represents Thornhill, not Toronto.
What about Chrystia Freeland coming on the same day as polling?
Leslie Church worked for Chrystia Freeland.
Would that be considered election interference though if Chrystia Freeland came and gave a speech in the riding the same day as the election?
No, that's an endorsement.
Yeah. I'm not going to go hard on this guy because I think clearly there's some sort of mental impairment happening here. But yeah, if you're wondering who still supports the Liberals, well, there you go. There you go. Let's see. Anti-Pup says, homeless guy, always there. Yeah, that's what I heard. He's always there. Prop? I don't know. I don't know what he's... Barrett, I don't know. I guess he just likes that spot. Maybe they bring him food or something, coffees or something. I don't know. Anti-Pup, always sleeping. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but not surprising. All right, let's keep going. All right, what's this? So this is American politics now. Representative Nancy Mace. So she's asking a lefty what a woman is. Let's see this. I think this will probably be amusing. I know what a woman is, by the way. It's a person with a lawyer who wants money from me in a divorce court.
Can you define what a woman is?
A woman is a person who says she is. And let me just tell you one story about this, because when I was a
you're not going to tell
child-
me a story. We're not doing that right now. It's not story time.
Yeah, it is story time, because when I was a child, I
it's
was
not. I'm going to
called
reclaim
a
my
boy.
time. Be quiet. I'm going to reclaim my time right now. Biological women
are real women. A guy born as a man who wants to pretend to be a woman and put him in his big gym and the twins in the locker room with underage girls, or his little gym and twins, by the way, is disgusting. I have a daughter. She turned 14 last year. I took her to a store called Aerie for her birthday. We went shopping for an hour in downtown Charleston, South Carolina. She was taken to her dressing room by a biological male in a mini skirt and a lace bralette. It is disgusting. I have no idea if that man was over 18 or under 18. It is absolutely disgusting that we're redefining what women are and allowing men into women's private spaces. And by the way, Miss Wiley, I am a survivor of rape. I was raped at the age of 16. I am not going to put other women and girls into unsafe situations where biological men with their willy-nillys out, putting women and girls at risk. It's absurd. It's disgusting.
Well, I guess that's how you handle it, right? I guess that's how you handle it. Okay, let's move on. Let's see. So in the chat, still talking about that. Let's go back there. The homeless guy passed out in front of the Liberal headquarters there. Homeless guy is always there, Anti-Pop says. Burnt Slut says, yeah, because Canada does not lock up people for having mental illness. Yes, what Canada does with people that are mentally ill and can't care for themselves and are a danger to themselves and end up self-medicating with devastating drugs like crack and fentanyl and heroin and meth and all the rest of it. What Canada does is watches them, literally, what Canada does is it literally watches them die on the street. That's what Canada does. Yeah, we don't lock up people for having mental illness. We just release them onto the street and then we watch them die. Horrible, miserable deaths. And do you know why we do that? Do you know why we do that? Because we're so empathetic. We have so much empathy for them. That's why we watch them kill themselves and die on the street. Because of our empathy, because of our deep, deep empathy. Which, I don't know, it seems kind of tragic to me. Kind of seems like a betrayal or a kind of social contract to me, doesn't it? I don't know. It kind of feels like maybe closing down the mental asylums was a bad idea. Maybe it was a betrayal of those people to throw them out onto the streets. Or maybe that's not what an empathetic society does. Maybe it takes people that are a danger through no fault of their own, a danger to themselves and others. Those people on the streets that do have genuine mental illness. Maybe the empathetic thing to do is to treat them somewhere where they can't be a danger to themselves or to others. And maybe there's a chance that they can recover, that they can recover some sort of meaningful existence. That seems to me like maybe the empathetic thing to do, but I guess not. I guess what we're going to do instead is watch them die on the street. Because Canada, because empathy. Anyway. What do we, I guess we call it harm reduction in Canada, right? Call it harm reduction. We have so many euphemisms these days. Gender affirming care, harm reduction. Seems like they do the opposite of what they're supposed to do. Cobra says Canada sounds like California. Yeah. I mean, there's some parts are more like California than others, but gotta be honest, even in small towns, you're seeing this now. It's kind of the tendrils have gotten everywhere. Some places are worse than others. All right. Let's find something. You know, I kind of went on a bit of a rant there. It kind of got me pissed off. Although, I mean, everything that I've seen, is fair, and I appreciate, I went on a bit of a rant there because of Burn Slot's chat comment there, but I want that in there. I want to see stuff. I want you guys to put in provocative things, Anyway, all right, 2 hours and 48 minutes. It's time for us to go to the puppies. Look at that. Look at that puppy. Look at him with his little bird friends. Man, that's adorable. They're best pals. They're best friends. Friends for life. Look at that. There's not even, Justin Trudeau isn't even trying to give them all puberty blockers. That's the best thing. That's the best thing about this. They're going to grow into their healthy adult bodies. It's wonderful. I think these ones have actually already been forced to undergo vaginoplasty surgeries from Trudeau. So I don't know. It's very tragic, actually. But, still adorable. Still adorable. That reminds me, let's go to Grok versus Justin Trudeau. So for those of you who don't know, who might be here for the first time, and if you're here for the first time, please subscribe to the channel, by the way. It's very good for you. It's healthy and nutritious. But one thing we do every week and I vowed to do this, even though it gets harder and harder to come up with stuff every week, but I vowed to do this every week until Justin Trudeau is out of office in Canada. And what do? We take Grok, which is the Twitter, now X AI, which is the only cool AI, because no other AI will do this. They will not cooperate with this at all. Absolutely not, ChatGPT told me. I will not do this offensive poem about Justin Trudeau. Absolutely not. But Grok has no problem with it. Does it every time. So every week until Justin Trudeau is out of office, we're going to have Grok write a poem about Justin Trudeau, and it has to feature two details. One detail is that Justin Trudeau has to do some manner of blackface. The other is that Justin Trudeau has to get a vaginoplasty. And then just anything else is fair game. So here's what I asked Grok to do. Write a poem about Justin Trudeau attempting to increase his poll numbers, which are very low right now, by having his skin permanently darkened, getting a vaginoplasty, and changing his name to Rosa Parks. When asked why, he responds, quote, because, or I should say it in the Trudeau voice, because current year, and then issues a chilling laugh. He receives no votes in the federal election, and then, by popular demand, is propelled out of a giant cannon into the sun. Oh, Xerxes is saying, can't stay awake. Good night, everyone. Good night, Xerxes. Thanks for stopping in. All right. Grok. What did Grok do with that material that I gave it? Let's see. In the land of the maple leaf, where the politics are often brief, a tale unfolds of one man's plight, Justin Trudeau seeking to take flight. With poll numbers sagging low, he hatched a plan to make a show. Darkened his skin and changed his name. Rosa Parks he'd be in political game. Because current year, he laughed with glee as the nation watched with disbelief. A vaginoplasty he underwent to win the votes he so desired, he said. But the people saw through his disguise, and on election day his fate was sealed. Not a single vote did he receive. A resounding message the people had healed. And by popular demand, a giant cannon was at hand to propel him to the sun, a fitting end for one undone. In the annals of history, his name shall be known, a cautionary tale of one man's fall. In the quest for power, he lost his way, and in the end, he had to pay. That was a pretty good one. Let's see. All right, so we've said goodnight to Xerxes. As we'll see him next Friday. All right, so let's move on to the next thing. Oh, here we go. Let's try and find something. We haven't used the fart button tonight. Do I even have anything? I don't know. We're going to have to keep looking. I can't recall if I got anything that we can use the fart button with. I was pretty busy this week, so I didn't actually have much time to prepare for this this live stream, unfortunately. Normally, I have a bit more ready to go. Let's see. No, I've got nothing. God damn it. Oh, well, maybe we'll do a search for Lizzo later. How about this? Fucking Palestinian bullshit. The unfiltered response of Americans when the mob turns up at a baseball game. All right, let's check this out.
Palestinian bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. Go. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here.
A little different than I think the way things are promoted in the media. Looks like radio streamers saying good night. Good night, sir. Thanks for stopping in. See you next week, hopefully. Cobra says, use the fart button every time Joe Biden spaces out during the debate. Do you know what? I think we're going to do that right now. Let's see. In fact, we can even use it on this one.
In slow motion, question, remarkably early narrative, and he did change. Two of them decided after November of 2022 that he was going to seek the presidency when there were so many people who thought he should have turned it over to a new generation. And this has been, quite frankly, a
That was fun. Oh, streamer's not going. He was saying goodnight to Xerxes. All right, I'm glad you're still here. All right. What was this next one here? What's this? Remember, male to female. I guess these are electricians. Why assign a gender type to electrical elements? Let them decide who they want to be. Boom. That's the problem. I mean, that is actually I think a real problem I foresee with wokeness when it's even getting into like engineering departments. You know, you're going to see stuff like this. You're going to see like planes going down, right? When you get wokeness, the woke dysfunction into everything, and they want to be in everything. They want to be in the engineering school that your kids are going to. They want to be running it. They want to talk about, you know, like, I don't know, like racist math and stuff and racist engineering and white supremacist engineering or racist, you know, white supremacist plane design or something. I mean, we can see tragedies from wokeness. You know, what do we call wokeness now? It was really just the same stuff as in the French Revolution. It was the same stuff during the Russian Revolution and in the Soviet Union. The same stuff in China with communism, with the Cultural Revolution there. It's all the same stuff. It gets people killed. Stuff doesn't work. Cobra says perfection. Let's see what else we got going on here. I think I've got the perfect sound effect for this. Wonder, is this real? What is it? Like, how much of this is real? How much of this is just like, I don't know, performance art or some sort of comedy? You got to think somebody's getting murdered in the shower. Is it real? Like, how many of these are actually real? How much of this is just like, I don't know, like a troll or just an attempt to get attention? Like, what? How much of it is actually, how much of it is actually a real person? I don't know. It's really weird. I think I'm safe in saying I'm not going out on a limb when I say this is weird and creepy. I really don't think I am. I think most people would agree with that. I mean, who's this person marrying? Her dead mother? Radio Streamer says, it was almost your only jump scare for me tonight when I looked over and saw the man in the dress. Don't shower at this man's house. Whatever you do, it's a mistake. You know what's happening. You know this is going to come.
Did you know I'm utterly insane?
I suspect it. I suspected it. What else we got going on here? This specimen walks up to you and starts screaming. What do you do? I think this was a couple of years ago.
My choice! 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 My
So there's obviously some sort of deranged abortion rally, I guess. I don't know. It's her choice. It's her choice. I don't think she's likely to get pregnant in the first place. They always seem to be the ones least likely for anybody want to impregnate them. They seem to be the most angry, the most vociferous and the craziest. It's kind of an iron law, I think, isn't it? Anyway, that was creepy. Well, what's this? Bill gets it. So this is Bill Maher. Housing should be the first consideration of any government, especially ones with deadly winters. Well, let's see this.
Last year, Canada added 1.3 million people, which is a lot in 1 year, the equivalent of the U.S. adding 11 million migrants in 1 year. And now they're experiencing a housing crisis even worse than ours. And we're sleeping in tents. The median price of a home here is $346,000. In Canada, converted to US dollars, it's $487,000. If Barbie moved to Winnipeg, she wouldn't be able to afford her dream house, and Ken would be working at Tim Hortons. And because of mortgage debt, Canada has the highest debt to GDP ratio of any G7 nation. I don't know what that means, but it sounds bad. So does their vaunted healthcare system, which ranks dead last among high-income countries in access to primary healthcare and ability to see a doctor in a day or two. And it's not for lack of spending. Of the 30 countries with universal coverage, Canada spends over 13% of its economy on it, which is a lot of money for free healthcare. Look, I'm not saying Canada still isn't a great country. It is, but those aren't paradise numbers. If Canada was an apartment, the lead feature might be America adjacent. And if America was a rental car, Canada would be America or similar. Honestly, Canada, I'm not saying any of this because I enjoy it. I don't, because I've always enjoyed you. But I need to cite you as a cautionary tale to help my country. And the moral of that tale is, yes, you can move too far left. Canada is what American voters think happens when there's no one putting a check on extreme wokeness.
Yeah, you don't hear that many people talking about how they're going to move to Canada anymore, like if Trump wins, right? That kind of went down the drain. So even, like, the rest of the world is starting to catch up. That legacy brand that was Canada. It's kind of just, it's like some brand of drink or something, and all of a sudden they change it. They start, saving money by changing the ingredients or something, and it's not the same anymore. Canada's like that. It's like the hamburger that just keeps getting smaller and smaller, but there's the brand name. Canada's like that. It still has that legacy brand, but it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing as it was 10 years ago. Certainly not 15 or 20 years ago, and Canada's losing that reputation. And Canada's reputation has suffered in so many ways under Trudeau. It used to be seen as a sane, boring country, which frankly was a lot better than what it is now. Right? You don't really want to live in interesting times. Trudeau has a reputation now as an authoritarian around the world. He's mocked around the world. Canada is losing its reputation as a wealthy country because the standard of living here has gone off a cliff. It's not the same country. It's not the land of opportunity anymore. You're much better off going somewhere else. And the rest of the world is starting to figure that out now. And Canada has become a cautionary tale. Antipop says welfare, healthcare. Well, yeah, I mean, they keep hearing about how it's free. It's not free. It costs a lot of money. Right now, we're spending more on servicing the interest on the national debt than we actually are on healthcare itself, which tells you something about the economic state of Canada right now. What's this? If a businessman makes a mistake, he suffers the consequences. If a bureaucrat makes a mistake, you suffer the consequences. Ayn Rand. Yeah, this is true. And you can point to something like Disney, which is losing billions and billions of dollars and keeps repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again. But the thing is, like, that almost seems to break the mold, right? But the thing is, they will have to suffer. They are suffering consequences, and they will have to change course eventually. Because, I mean, they do have to make money. They can't afford to just keep losing billions of dollars every year. It doesn't matter if BlackRock is willing to, keep giving them investment money. Eventually, you lose enough customers, and it just doesn't matter anymore. Bud Light found that out the hard way. But it is interesting how some of these woke businesses, I think Disney in particular, just refuse to change course. They just refuse to stop putting out woke garbage that people don't like. It is kind of baffling, but eventually the money will run out. I guess it just hasn't quite yet. Let's see. All right, we skipped a bunch of stuff earlier. Let's go back up again. I like this guy. Hold on. This man has what the kids today call Riz. Like many other folks, I feel pulled to him. It's the hair and the half wink that does it for me, and the sweet ride doesn't hurt. I have no idea what this is, who this guy is, where it is. It feels like maybe some sort of like Uzbekistani soap opera star or something. I have no idea. But he's pretty smooth in that country. Whatever he's doing, it's working wherever that is. I have no idea personally. Reader Streamer says, looks like Mr. Bean won the lotto. But could Mr. Bean ever be that smooth? I mean, wherever this is, that's their idea of a ladies' man. And I don't know when this is or where it is or who this guy is, but I got to be honest. I like it. I want to hang out with that guy. I want to be that guy's wingman. I wonder if there's any info on this guy in the comments. I'm a guy, and I think I somehow just got pregnant from watching this video. 70s porn star vibes. He knows what he's doing. That's obvious. It's the mustache for me. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anybody knows who that is. It's just one of those weird, obscure things that is just an instant classic as soon as I saw it. It's what makes life worth living, as far as I'm concerned. All right, what's this? Have you ever seen a fashion show like this? What the hell is going on here? Well, those conspiracy theorists say that the world is run by satanic pedos. Maybe they got a point. Maybe they've got a point. I've never been closer to believing them than I am after watching this video. So, yeah, I don't know. It's creepy and weird. I don't really like it. Don't care for it myself. Let's see what else we got here. What do I want to go to? All right, let's keep going. Well, what about this? Okay, so this is a speech right before the Conservatives won. Right before the Conservatives in Canada won the Liberal stronghold of Toronto St. Paul's. Or Toronto St. Paul. This is the speech she gave right before the Conservatives won that Liberal stronghold seat in the by-election. And is this Chrystia Freeland's Hillary moment? Let's take a look.
This is an important by-election because it is about a choice between two visions of Canada, two sets of values. I really want to encourage people to vote for our outstanding, hardworking candidate, Leslie Church, our hardworking Liberal candidate, Leslie Church. What she stands for is the values we are talking about here today.
What, like everybody being poor and calling everybody who disagrees with you a dist or a phobe or something like that, and nobody being able to get health care and waiting in an emergency room for 18 hours? Like that, not being able to afford housing? Like that? Like everybody, like giving away free drugs so people can die on the street like that? Are those the values? Well, let's continue.
She stands for a vision of Canada, which is about investing in Canada, investing in essential industries like our car sector, being sure that Canada can own the podium.
So interesting, this investing. They love to do this investing. I guess it's their strong thing. Their investing has doubled the national debt to $1.2 trillion. We pay more servicing the national debt than we do on health care now, and every single thing has gotten worse. When they talk about investing in Canada and in the future, it it almost feels like what they're really saying is that they're going to just impoverish us forever and ruin everything because this investing hasn't worked out so well.
Investing in Canadian workers, like the amazing workers who are here. Investing in Canadian families with things like our national system of early learning and childcare, which is helping so many Toronto families with affordability, saving more than $8,000 per year per child already. And we're not yet at $10 a day. We're going to get there. And at the end of the day, a vision which believes in a Canada that plays as Team Canada, where we all work together to support and defend the national interest, as you are seeing here today, with unions, with industry, with government. That is Leslie's vision. That's the Liberal vision. That's why I'm really calling on the people of St. Paul's to go out there and vote for her, because the alternative is really cold and cruel and small. The
alternative is cold and cruel and small. Right. So the Conservative Party, that's 20 points ahead in the polls right now. All those people are cold and cruel and small. Feels a bit like the whole basket of deplorables thing from Hillary, doesn't it? It feels like this is her Hillary Clinton moment. Though I'm not sure anybody cares enough about her to remember this for longer than like 20 minutes. I mean, she's just a complete write-off. She's got no political future in Canada. I don't know what she will do after this. Maybe go back to journalism and, propaganda again. She's been good at keeping up with the propaganda while she's been deputy prime minister and the finance Oompa Loompa. So I'm sure that would be a natural thing for her. If lying is what you want to do for a living, well, then that's natural for her, right? I'm sure she'd get some kind of work at the World Economic Forum. She was a trustee there for a long time. I think she still is, actually. Antipop says we could trade Freeland for Harris and make her president. The U.S. would never forgive us. They probably just nuke us afterwards because they would hate her so much. Why are you hating on Pierre Poilievre, Antipop? Why are you hating on him so much? Why are you making these accusations? I've never seen anything about any of that. I've absolutely seen nothing that would suggest any of that. So I don't know what you're doing with that, man. I don't know. Let's see. What do we got here? Okay, I want to see this. We didn't do a segment on Assange. We didn't do a segment on Assange being released. So I think that's a very good thing. I mean, he has been persecuted for being a journalist. As far as I can tell, that's it. I mean, he did journalism. He didn't spy. He received information that, a major newspaper would have released in the past. I mean, and have many, many times. New York Times has released leaked information many, many times. Secret information that it's got many. That's just normal. It's normal journalism, right? This is really a travesty. I'm glad to see that he's out. He had to sign some bullshit plea agreement, but thank God that he's out. It's just the intent there was clearly intimidation, to intimidate other journalists from revealing the truth to the people. And I think that's really, really incredibly sad. But let's hold on one second. Let's see. Cobra says Harris could not run a country if her life depended on it. She can't even get off her knees long enough to do so. Just ask Willie Brown. Well, I have heard about this whole Willie Brown thing, and she might have been doing some, shall we say, favors for him to advance her political career. Antipop says, I got someone mad at me for hating on Assange this week. I don't know. I think he was a journalist. That's my opinion on it. But it's not something I actually looked very deeply into. I never did a super deep dive into Assange and everything, but from what I understand of it, it was really just journalism. And what happened to him was totally unjust. Antipop says everyone was fawning all over him. A lot of people do. That's a lot of people on the left and the right. There's kind of a bipartisan agreement on that. A lot of both left and right feel that he shouldn't have been jailed, Anyway, I want to watch this. So you may hate it, Antipop, but we're going to play it. It's not too long, though. It's a minute and 50 seconds.
Hillary Clinton has done quite well strategically to try and draw connection between Trump and Russia because she has so many connections of her own. Now, my analysis of Trump and Russia is that there is no substantial connection. Why do I say that? Well, because Trump was trying to invest in Russia before Putin in the 1990s, after Putin, in fact, nearly all the way up to the present moment. And he's had no success. He did not manage to build hotels and so on in Russia. So that shows how insubstantial his contacts are. There's an extremely well-documented pattern of when Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, those people, companies, governments, who wanted a decision by the Secretary of State in their favor, making large donations to the Clinton Foundation, or in some other cases, business deals with the people around Hillary Clinton. Now, one particular instance is the approval by Secretary Clinton of selling 20% of the US uranium reprocessing rights to a Russian company to be exported to Russia. So at that time, a large donation was made by those Russian interests to the Clinton Foundation. In addition, Clinton's campaign manager, Podesta, was on the board of a company called Joule Unlimited. And Joule Unlimited held some of these rights and received a $35 million investment from Russia.
Well, that is the sort of thing that'll get you arrested, saying that sort of thing. And I think it's an injustice myself. Antipop, I'm interested. Why do you hate Assange? Why do you hate him so much? Let's see what else we got here. All right, actually, you know what? I'm just going to take 1 minute, you guys, and I'll be right back. Hold on one sec. right. Thank you, everybody. It's a good time to remind anybody who's not subscribed to the channel that you should subscribe to the channel. It's good for you. It's healthy. It's nutritious. And also, leaving a like is also very, very appreciated. I think it helps me out in some way. So let's see. All right. So I asked the anti-pup why he hates Assange. So let's see. He says, I don't hate. Says, I noticed that he looked pretty well fed and walked a lot better than old Joe. Well, he's like 30 years younger. Didn't look like he was on a solitary confinement diet. I don't know. I mean, he was in a serious prison. What was it, Belmarsh in the UK? I think that just sucks, just regardless. You know? Michael Schellenberger. Over the last 2 decades, scientists and the media published thousands of articles claiming that climate change would destroy small atoll islands due to sea level rise. And the climate change was our fault. Quote, you're making this island disappear, claimed CNN. It was all a big lie. Scientists have known since 2018 that over the past decades, atoll islands exhibited no widespread sign of physical destabilization in the face of sea level rise. So here's John D. Sutter, CNN. You're making this island disappear. So many lies. So many lies. Let's see. A global assessment of atoll island planform changes over the past decades. Over the past decades, atoll islands exhibited no widespread sign of physical destabilization in the face of sea level rise. A reanalysis of available data, which cover 30 Pacific and Indian Ocean atolls, including 709 islands, reveal that no atoll lost land area and that 88.6% of islands were either stable or increased in size. While only 11.4 contracted. So this is the thing. They put out these crazy things, right? These terrifying things. And then you just don't hear about it again, right? Because they look back and they go, oh, actually, let's see, some of these, there is no loss. These islands aren't disappearing, and some of them actually even got bigger. Well, I guess that's not news anymore, right? So just leave it. But it just still kind of sticks in the back of people's heads. You know, they remember that thing they heard about, these islands were disappearing and it's terrible. I guess that's the way it works. I guess that's how propaganda works and social engineering works. And now, 6 years after scientists published that study, which found that 89% of the islands were stable or had increased in size, the New York Times has finally informed its readers of this surprising climate find. A surprising climate find. So 6 years later, as the planet warms, atoll nations like the Maldives seemed doomed to shrink. Scientists have begun to tell a surprising new story. It didn't disappear. It's still there. Just amazing. In truth, it's only surprising to readers of the New York Times, CNN, and the rest of the mainstream news media because they brainwashed their readers into believing that the islands were disappearing, causing an epidemic of adolescent climate anxiety, culminating in the toxic disinformation of Greta Thunberg. How dare you? That was one of the most ludicrous things and most stage managed things I've ever seen. The whole Greta Thunberg phenomenon. Just this weird kid from Sweden who didn't know anything, but, was good at acting outraged. It's amazing. I mean, this actually got in front in meetings, meetings with leaders all over the world. or at least the stupid ones or the pandering ones. What a strange thing that this weird Children of the Corn kid just all of a sudden was guarding all this attention, all this influence around the world with people like Justin Trudeau and Macron, falling all over themselves trying to get a picture with her. Pathetic. The Times writes today that, quote, atoll nations like the Maldives seem doomed to vanish. Of course, though, scientists have begun telling a surprising new story. Of late, the year 2018 is not of late. No, it's not. There was never evidence that the islands were disappearing. It was only a theory. The scientists simply assumed that the sea level rise was the only factor in the size of islands and denied the obvious reality that islands can grow. Well, actually, I didn't know that they could grow, so I'll say I was ignorant on that point of it. But it turns out they are, and it turns out they're not all disappearing, just like everything else. Fear-mongering. All right. What next? All right, we already did the Tommy Robinson stuff. We already did that guy. This guy's awesome. I want to be in his world. Although, actually, maybe not. Because it's probably Uzbekistan or something like that. Nah, I don't really want to be there. All right, so this is a study in good intentions gone awry. And unfortunately, they've been torturing this poor bear for years with their good intentions. All right, let's take a look.
It turns out unlucky bears really do exist. This one is named Joey. Due to albinism, his fur is completely white. He was mistaken for a lost polar bear by an animal protection organization who tranquilized him and sent him to the Arctic. In the icy wilderness, Joey couldn't find food and, being smaller than the polar bears, was chased and bullied by them. Arctic experts noticed his fur was yellowish and different from polar bears, and upon observation, they discovered he was an albino grizzly bear. They tranquilized him again and sent him back to the North American forest. After some time, Joey was once again mistaken for a polar bear by another animal protection organization and was sent back near the Arctic Circle. This time, with experience, Joey started running toward warmer areas. However, passersby saw him and thought he was the polar bear heading south in search of food. So they sent Joey to a nearby polar bear exhibit. The staff there recognized him as an albino grizzly and sent him back to the North American forest. This bear is truly unluckier than the unluckiest bear you can imagine.
That bear is like fucking do-gooders. Goddamn do-gooders. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone. Good intentions gone awry indeed. Indeed. Just leave the goddamn bear alone. Just leave Joey alone, you monsters. God damn it. I wonder if the internet has anything to say about this. Joey, every time he wakes up from the tranquilizers in the Arctic. Fuck. They did it again. Goddamn do-gooders. Leave me alone. You don't know me. You don't know me. Joey's had more drugs go through his system than Timothy Leary, and he's traveled further than Taylor Swift. A very unlucky bear. Stories like this are why I understand why bears will instantly kill us every time they see us. Honestly, I would too. Although, I mean, in fairness to bears, they don't instantly kill us. They usually run away. And occasionally they will kill us and then play football with our heads for a little while. But not usually. Usually they run away. What's this? This is for Joey, motherfucker. I wonder if he told the other bears what was going on, what they were doing to him. You goddamn do-gooders. It's like the Hangover movies, but he's in the Arctic instead of Las Vegas. All right. Cobra says these are the same people who gripe about climate change. So it doesn't surprise me at all. Let's screw the bears over. Let's see. National conservatism. Tommy Robinson was arrested on immigration violations in Canada after giving a speech. We did a segment on Tommy Robinson getting arrested here earlier and how utterly ridiculous it is. And obviously it came from high up, came from Ottawa, probably from Trudeau's office himself. Anyway, he has now been released, but Canada seized his passport and ordered him not to leave abroad. Well, he's got his passport back and he's been released completely. No restrictions. He can do whatever he wants now. Do you believe this is politically motivated? Definitely. 86.7% of people. Yeah, because Canada is all just politically motivated everything now. Because we've got a regime in place that all they can do is campaign. Everything is just politics. Everything is just platitudes and threats and accusations. They clearly don't know how to run a country. So it's just, they do what they know. Yeah, this is what I worry about. Now, this is why, this is my worry if Trudeau doesn't step down, because I don't know if the replacement would continue with the Trudeau policies. Trudeau's made it clear that he wants to keep bringing in massive amounts of immigrants every year. He's made that clear, right? So it will be a never-ending stream. It's basically open borders until he's out. But Ryan Garrettson here says the Liberals see the writing on the wall. They know they are done. With the last remaining time left, they are going to bring in record amounts of new immigrants, pretend to be building lots of homes, rack up more debt and anger, and divide the nation even more. Also, the incoming government has the impossible task of fixing their 9 years of incompetence. And again, it always comes back to this, these are generational problems now. This is not something that the next government can clean up in a few years. These are generational. And maybe there is a plan to just make it even worse, to make it as bad as they possibly can, so that the next government will be hopeless. They just won't be able to fix it in any kind of reasonable time, or improve the living standards. Again, these things aren't going to be, the mass immigration has created problems. We're in a population trap right now where it's impossible for the standard of living to rise because of the mass immigration from Justin Trudeau. It's just, the system just can't help it. Nothing can. The infrastructure, healthcare, the economy, it can't handle the number of people, right? But the fear is he's going to make it so much worse that it's just impossible. It would be impossible even in 10 years to fix it or to improve people's standard of living in any meaningful way. And then they come back in again. Then they just blame everything on the Conservatives and come back in again. And of course, do the same thing until there's just nothing left, until Canada is a third world country. So I don't know. It's kind of scary. Kind of scary. So this is Mark Holland. This is Health Minister Mark Holland. And he is just a total lunatic. He's the guy who was ranting about how if you take your kids on a road trip in Canada, and I guess a lot of Canadians will have to take road trips instead of getting on a plane because they just can't afford to anymore. But he was ranting and raving about how if you take your kids on a road trip in Canada, you're basically, hey kids, you're destroying the planet. You're setting the world on fire. This insane rant. And about how, what a great thing it is to, lock your kids in the car for 10 hours with no bathroom breaks. Everyone's like, we don't do that. Do you do that? Because if you do, you're an asshole. You're a bad father. But anyway, this guy's constantly saying insane, crazy shit. Let's hear what he says here.
I take note that this is one of 6 events, maybe more across the country, where ministers are talking about this program or are essentially replicating the announcement you're making. And I'm wondering that, given the results on Monday, that this sort of PR push to talk about this key program of your government is an attempt by your government to earn some political reward that has not yet perhaps been forthcoming from Canadians to get some credit for, as you both have said, Minister Vandell and Mr. Holland, the greatest expansion of healthcare in a generation. Canadians don't seem to be noticing, but should you be getting some political credit for this tremendous expansion, Minister Holland?
Well, David, I just don't wake up in the morning and think that way. When I woke up this morning, I was thinking about the people that Pam serves every day and their needs. And, one of the things that I learned in this business is that, if you focus on the moment and what your relative political advantage might be from moment to moment, then you're missing the point. I was given the incredible fortune of being elected, and then the Prime Minister gave me the incredible fortune of.
Isn't the point that you're 20 points down in the polls and you have no chance of winning the next election, and the population is saying, we don't want you anymore, we want you to leave? Isn't that the point? But anyway, let's continue.
Being the Minister of Health. And I think what my job is to do is to wake up every day and do my best. There were other questions about, well, what could you do better? And I do think about that. I think this is a call to do better. Watching the Conservatives win in St. Paul means that everything we're working on could be thrown in a trash bin. And that doesn't worry me because.
Yes, that's what we want. That's what Canada wants. Aside from the 24% of Canadians that are always wrong about everything all the time. The 24% of Canadians that still support Trudeau, that still support the Liberals, that still support this guy, those people that have been wrong about everything for their entire lives. There's no way that you could still support Trudeau and this guy in the Liberal Party if you hadn't just been making a constant series, just every decision being the wrong one ever since you made your first decision as a child. Nothing else can explain it. You just simply have to be somebody who's been wrong about everything every single time you've had an opportunity to choose for your entire life, and you're continuing with that. And you will vote for Trudeau again because you just can't help but make the wrong choice every single damn time. So I get, what did he say there at the end there?
There were other questions about, well, what could you do better? And I do think about that. I think this is a call to do better. Watching the Conservatives win in St. Paul means that everything we're working on could be thrown in a trash bin.
Please throw it in the trash bin. Everything should be thrown in the trash bin, just everything. And I'm sure there must be a few things you've done right, but we have to get rid of it all, just all of it, and start over fresh again. That's just the safest way. That's just the safest thing, is just to completely purge Canadian society, Canadian politics, everything of you guys. Just gone from everything, from the economy, everywhere. Just purge it all and start up again afresh. It all has to go. It all has to go into the garbage. We need to take it to the incinerator. It should be incinerated. While all of Canada, while every sane Canadian watches, it should be televised. If it's possible to do such a thing, maybe just symbolically, we can just incinerate all of the Trudeau years, and then it can be televised. Won't be on CBC, but maybe we'll just live stream it on the internet, and then all of Canada that hasn't made that hasn't just made an endless series of wrong decisions all of their entire lives, all the way up to the next election, we can all watch and celebrate and just slam that like button. Like. Yes, burn it all. Incinerate it. Yes, please don't threaten us with a good time. Holland, don't threaten us with a good time. Let's see. Antipop says the turd is counting on the economy to pop. Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. And by pop, you mean just explode it disastrously. Let's see. Antipop says I was at the RV place today, busy. Yeah, I mean, rent an RV. Well, even renting an RV everything is expensive in Canada now, but it's still going to be cheaper than taking a family of 4 to Mexico, right? And Canada is a beautiful country, right? And it's a great place for road trips in the summer. But again, you want it to be a choice. You want to have the choice of what you're going. And you don't want it to be just simply, well, I can't afford to do anything else. Antipop says the roads were busy in the afternoon today. People were out with their campers. Yeah. Yeah, people still want to do stuff, right? So they will do what they can. Unfortunately, in Canada, you can have a great time on a road trip in Canada. You're going camping and the like. So what I'm going to be doing this week. Let's see, we've already been over that. What's this breaking? Illegal alien who gunned down 2 NYPD officers says killing cops is his culture. Ugh. He works for the Venezuelan TDA gang. Why do people want this exactly? Bernardo Raul Castro Mata, 19, revealed that firearms are smuggled into the New York City shelters through the food deliveries. Robberies are up 300% in the past year, and the police trace it back to the influx of illegals flooding New York City. Again, why do people want this exactly? So strange. I mean, I think when people are confronted with it, with the reality of it, when they have to live around it and are affected by it, they don't. But you don't get a you get a lot of covering up from the media because they don't. They're generally fairly sheltered from the effects of the things that they advocate for. And of course, they are just activists after all. This is interesting. This is wild. Beth Davies, the $219,000 a year white settler on stolen land, she, her, etc. Chief librarian of a BC library, set up a special human rights carve-out that allows her to racially discriminate in the hiring process, except, wait for it, her own. So her position is safe. Everybody else's has got to be diversity, though. These people, I mean, it's so predictable, is it not? And they always look like that. Good Lord. Specifically, this special program means a 5-year term to allow preferential hiring of candidates to self-identify as Indigenous, Black, or a person of color, IBPOC, that's a new one, for all exempt positions, and except that of the chief librarian, her job. So she wants to discriminate in everybody else's job, but she wants to keep safe. Well, I mean, who else? Who else is going to make sure there's diversity there except for her? Settler on Indigenous land. Passionate and curious about grounding libraries in community. Love being outside. Let's see. Her job is safe. Let's see. She makes $219,000 a year. So she makes considerably more than anybody else. And she's making sure that's safe. Just hypocrites. Just hypocrites. You know, these DEI, all of this people, they do need to be eventually purged from these positions. Like, they have to be fired. They have to be fired. We have to remove woke. We have to remove the woke dysfunction from everything eventually. These people just, these are people that are paid with tax dollars, so that the public is funding the discrimination against them and funding just discriminatory policies in general. And it's only a matter of time too. I mean, we've seen with Disney, there was a black guy who was mixed race. Well, he was mixed race. He was half black, half white. And he missed out on a job at Disney, a big job, because he wasn't black enough. So Disney now has Nuremberg laws, apparently, for people that are not, they're not pure enough. I mean, these are racial purity laws. It's only a matter of time that that's everything, that light-skinned black people will be on a lower level than they actually were trying it out, dipping their toes in the water with this, I think about 5 years ago, and it didn't go very well. But of course, it's the logical endpoint for all of this. Just find out who's the most pure, who's the most gay, or the most trans, or the most non-white, or whatever. I mean, that's aside from the obvious ideological purity tests. Over 40 Hooters have permanently closed based on current market conditions of underperformance. Experts are baffled. Some may say it has something to do with their laser-like focus on a multicultural strategy using a well-thought-out marketing plan to show their dedication to diversity and inclusion. Yet those theories have yet to be explored. Oh. So, first off, it's not race that matters in this. It's just hotness. It's just being in shape, right? Like, let's go to, let's actually go to the Hooters website and let's see what's on there. All right, so here we have diversity. And I don't think anybody has any problem with this diversity. I don't think anybody has any problem with her diversity. She's hot. No problem. No problem. You've got a white and a black, and they're both very fit and great looking. No problem with that. So I think the problem here is more of a, I guess the diversity they're talking about is healthy at any size diversity. And it just doesn't really work when sex appeal is the, your brand, So I could see why having a bunch of obese people, when people are expecting hot staff, might hurt your brand. You might go from being the place where, they've got the hot waitresses, to the place where they've got the fat waitresses. Not the same thing. So I don't know. I know which one I like better. All right. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Is there a community note here? The photograph on the left of the poster is using to contrast the body size of Hooters employees, is not a photo of actual employees, but members of the general public have acquired Hooters clothing as a Halloween costume. Okay. So they got me. I'm man enough to admit it. I will say, though, however, they're not pulling it off. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Disney Plus has burned up more than 11.4 billion of operating losses. Wall Street Silver, is there any level of poor performance at Star Wars where Bob Iger would be forced to fire Kathleen Kennedy? So the companies are woke, right? So they are trying to please like BlackRock, that sort of thing, to get investment money. They've been very apparently determined to just keep doing the same thing that keeps losing money. That's Disney, just Disney Plus. That doesn't include last year they lost $1 billion at least on 4 woke movies. I mean, on one hand, it almost looks like they actually are doing it out of spite. Like they want to damage these franchises that and these characters that people loved when they were kids, as if they're some relic of the past, as if it's one of the 4 olds from the Chinese communist cultural revolution. You know, they're doing it on purpose. They're doing it to piss people off. They're doing it to destroy those memories of a better, more cohesive culture. On one hand, it just looks like that. And maybe from the creators, that is their intention. Because they know that people don't like it now. We know that. We know that people don't like what they're doing. And we know it because people are speaking with their dollars. They're speaking with their wallets. Right? They're voting with their money. So they know that people don't like it, yet they keep doing it. This acolyte, this thing, the lesbian space witches, it's getting slaughtered. It had, last time I looked, it had like a 14% audience score. They keep doing it. It's baffling. And of course, eventually they will have to stop. Because the money will run out at some point. Even a company as big as Disney will run out of money. I mean, we're not talking chump change here. 11.4 billion of operating losses. Now, is that all the low quality of content that they're putting out that people don't like? Maybe it's just incompetence in the management of it as well, and inefficiencies and all that. But obviously, if you're streaming service and you're putting out garbage that people don't want, I mean, that's going to hurt your bottom line, obviously. Antipop says, heard about this new anti-woke cartoon. I have heard about it, and I've heard it's not that good. What is it called? The new... Antipop says, lesbians are better with gravity. 100% correct. The lesbian space witches. I think it was called The New Normal. Let's take a look. The New Normal trailer. Let's take a look. See if we can find that. No, it's an animated show, so that's not it. The new norm. That's it. The New Norm. Animated trailer. Let's take a look. I hear that it's not good. Let's see. It's got some people in it that I like. I think it's got Dave Rubin in it. Larry Elder. I'm a huge Larry Elder fan. Awaken with JP. I like that. Special appearance by an animated Elon Musk. So let's take a look at this. I hear that it's not good, which is sad to hear. Looks like the production values are pretty good for the animation, but
what's that?
Progress. It's the new norm.
The new norm ain't the same as the old norm. I'm the old norm. I want normal beer.
Warning, predator reached.
Ugh. It's your fault I got house arrest.
You're the one who threatened the school board.
I gently suggested
Yelled.
They stop brainwashing my daughter that girls aren't girls and men aren't men.
Sometimes they're neither. or both, or furry and dressed like dogs.
Ow! Janice! What's that?
Warning, offensive.
Actually, that is one of my pronouns. Also, they, them, and me.
You're non-binary?
How do you know that word?
I learned it in school.
That's why I'm locked up.
Norm, the judge agreed to conditional parole.
What condition?
Where's my room?
That's
You're
staying here?
Chaz is part of a new government program
to re-educate homophobic, transphobic, racist.
Charlie, finally, someone normal.
I don't understand. You're black.
Did that just black whisper?
You're his friend?
And boss. Speaking of, when you coming back to the trophy shop?
As soon as I get rid of this.
Well, I mean, I see what they're trying to do. You know, I think it's okay. It's not brilliant though, is it? You know, it's yeah, I mean, it's not really hitting that well. I don't know. Maybe I'll try and watch the whole episode. But beginning, oftentimes too, like the first episode of something will not be fantastic. So I don't know. Maybe I'll give it another chance. I'll watch a later episode or something. I don't know. I'll check it out. I want to give it a chance because I want to support anything anti-woke. Antipop says it's, oh, thanks for the $10. Thank you very much, sir. You get the donation horn. Thank you. Thank you for appealing to my greed. It's always appreciated. It's not bad though, but hold on. Let's see. It's not bad, but Laugh Track, All in the Family. Yeah, I think that probably there's an All in the Family kind of vibe going on there. Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay. I'd like to see if it gets better, a bit more. I don't know if it feels a bit more, the dialogue feels a bit more spontaneous and a little bit sharper as it goes. Again, the first episode, like a pilot, is often not that good of a show that actually becomes good later. So I'll keep my eye on it and I'll see. Radio Streamer says, I think that's what they're going for. Yeah, I'd like to I think All in the Family. I think so. I agree. But updated, All in the Family. But I don't know. I'll keep my eye on it. I mean, hopefully, again, I would need to watch the entire episode. Beginning of it, I think it's okay. It seems okay. I don't think it deserves some of the hate that I've seen for it, like from conservatives. I think that just really think it's terrible. I don't think it's terrible. Again, I'll give him a chance. Again, we only watched like a minute and a half there of it, so. All right. Let's go back. Let's see what else we got now. Talked about Disney. Oh yeah. Did you guys see this, Tucker? Him just roast. Jimmy Dore says, wow, this is amazing for several reasons. Did you see? This is great. He just roasts this. I mean, it's just like the most biased robot journalists. There's a few of them that he roasts. I think this might just be one of them, but let's watch it.
So much for your address today. So you talked a little bit about immigration, and in the past you've talked about how white Australians, Americans, Europeans are being replaced by non-white immigrants in what is often referred to as the Great Replacement Theory. This is the same.
Have I said that whites are being replaced?
Well,
I don't think I said that.
well, it's been mentioned on your show 4,000 times, and
Really, when did I say that?
on your
I said
show, on
whites
Fox.
are being replaced.
You have said that before.
Really?
Yeah.
I would challenge you to cite that because I'm pretty sure I haven't said that. I said
I mean-
native-born Americans are being replaced, including blacks.
Native-born Americans.
Native-born Americans.
And
Americans who've, like black Americans have been, African Americans have been in the United States in many.
You can see here how she's just a standard model robot journalist now. Cult member, cult robot now. Like, they don't care about reality. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about informing anybody. They have their ideas. They have their narrative and their story before they start. And nothing will dissuade them. They're absolutely 100% convinced. Again, they don't do any work, right? When she said, it's been said 4,000, she's just heard somewhere that he's talked about the white replacement theory 4,000 times on his show, right? They've already got their story. They don't care. It's about grandstanding and it's about propaganda. They don't give a shit. What did Tucker Carlson do? He showed Democrat politicians talking about how through all of the mass immigration, the demographics were changing in the United States, and that was a good thing, including Joe Biden. That's what he showed. And then they say, oh my God, he's talking about a replacement theory. It's like, no, I just showed Democrat politicians saying they want to change the demographics of the country, and that will be a good thing. Let's continue.
Cases are families over 400 years, and their concerns are every bit as real and valid and alive to me as the concerns of white people whose families have been there 400 years. So I've never said that whites are being replaced, not one time, and you can't cite it.
Untrue.
So we just met, but when our relationship starts with a lie, it makes it tough to be friends. So
you've been lying
let's
about
pull
my
that back.
Press
I'm
Gallery
happy to
colleagues all
explain what I
morning as
do
well,
think.
so,
Well, you actually can't say it because I didn't say it, and I don't believe it, and I'm telling you that to your face. So why don't you just accept me at face value? My concern is that the people who are born in the country are the main responsibility of its leaders. And as noted earlier, when those leaders shift their concern from the people whose responsibility it is to take care of to people around the world to put their priorities above that of their own citizens, that's immoral. And they are being replaced in my country, people who are born in the United States. And the birth rate tells the whole story. They are not at replacement rate. And so the US population is growing because we're importing people from other countries. And my view is that happy people have children, and a functioning economy allows them to do that. And we don't have that. And so you need to fix the economy and fix the culture and make it so that people who want to have kids can. You don't just go for the quick sugar fix of importing new people. Like, that's my position. And if you think that's racist, that's your problem.
I never called you a racist.
But of course you are suggesting, and
No,
I
you're
must say, one of the
suggesting that
reasons
white
people don't like people like you in the media is that you never say exactly what you mean. Your slurs are all by implication, and you're about to tell me the great replacement theory is racist or anti-Semitic, whatever. I've said what I've said to you right now like 100 times in public. I hope to, if I live long enough, say it 100 more times. I think it's completely honest and real, not racist or scary. It's factually true. It's not a theory, it's a fact. And the whole point of your question was to be like, you're a scary racist.
Well, I haven't.
And my response is, no, I'm not. Okay, well, how about no more lying in your questions, and then I'll answer it.
Okay. Well, this is the same theory, or as you say, idea, that has inspired the New York Buffalo shooting, where 11 black Americans were killed.
On.
Two
You know
white
what I mean?
Americans were killed.
Like,
And it's also inspired.
It's not. First of all,
it's inspired one of the worst Australian guns
how do
of
they
all
get
time
people
to
this
shoot
stupid in the media? I guess it doesn't pay well. Look, I'm sorry. I've lived among people like you for too long, and I don't mean to call you stupid. Maybe you're just pretending to be, but I'm totally against violence. I'm totally against the war in Ukraine, for example, which doubtless you support. And like all dutiful liberals, support more carnage. I don't.
It's amazing. They just pull out the same bag of tricks, the same magic spells over and over again. The magic spells that are supposed to shroud your brain in confusion and make you scared, and then just, submit to them and just apologize and beg for forgiveness. You're racist. And then something you said caused some lunatic halfway across the world to do something terrible. Of course, their horrible accusations, the awful things they say, never influence anybody to do anything awful, right? That's unimaginable, And of course, it's a stupid thing to say, because anybody can just make a claim about anything. Anybody, any lunatic out there can do something terrible, and you could just connect it to anybody. You could say, well, it's your rhetoric that caused it. Well, what? I don't know this person. I don't know who this person is. They don't even live in the same country as me. And I don't believe the things that this person believes anyway. But they'll use this trick to try and cow you, to try and get you to bend the knee. It's pathetic. It's like they must be teaching it in journalism school now, which they should really just call activism school.
I hate mass shootings, actually. Nothing I said, what does it mean to inspire something? My views are not bigoted against any group. They're honest, they're factual. That's not hate, that's reality. And my views derive from my deep concern for Americans, actually. Americans aren't having kids because they can't afford to, and nobody in charge cares. And so that's my position. That doesn't inspire mass shootings. How dare you try to tie me to some lunatic who murdered people? How dare you, actually? And in fact, I mean, do you know what I mean? I'd be like, Hitler wore those shoes. A lot of people are saying that you're like Hitler. Can you explain those shoes? Hitler wore exactly the same shoes. And you're like, I've got nothing to do with Hitler. Well, that's how I feel about your absurd, disingenuous question.
Right. So therefore you support gun control?
What? I thought it couldn't get dumber, but it
shootings?
did. No, I don't support disarming law-abiding people so they can't defend themselves. So the government has a monopoly on violence? I don't think so. First of all, in my country, that's illegal, as you know. But moreover, it should be illegal in every country. A sovereign person has the right to defend himself and his family, period. And that said, I'm totally opposed to harming anyone. Have you been are you concerned about the war in Ukraine and the countless innocents being murdered there every single day? I doubt you are. Probably Putin bad. I am. I'm a Christian. I hate violence. I hate mass shootings. I have guns at home and often on my person when I'm in the United States, I'm proud to say, because I want to defend myself and those I love against violence. That's the point. I'm not perpetrating crimes. I'm not shooting strangers. I'm defending what I love. And if you're against that, I guess I would ask why. Why would you be against that?
Well, so you don't think you harbor any kind of responsibility for these hate crimes?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to be charitable. I was like, maybe you're just pretending to be dumb. Now I don't think it's an act.
It's amazing how they just reveal themselves, right? Like clearly this person isn't trying to inform anybody, right? It's grandstanding. It's meant to it's just a series of accusations that are performative to perform her virtue for other people like her. That's it. That's her job. That's what she sees her job as. That is what so much of journalism has become. Activism, grandstanding, virtue displays for just people that already agree with them. That's it. No attempt to actually understand anything. Just throwing accusations at people really know nothing about. But you know that they're a target for the left. You know that you'll get likes for attacking them, for lying about them. Because it's already been agreed, bad person. That's a bad person, so anything goes. Right? You don't need to understand them. Why bother? It's already been determined. The only thing you can do is attack them. That's what everybody in your circle wants. That's what everybody in your bubble wants. They don't want you to try and understand them or get anything meaningful out of them. Now, by accident, she did. By accident, she did end up getting a bunch of substance out of him. By accident. And for her, it doesn't matter. She's done what she's supposed to do. She's done what's expected of her, right?
Tucker, thank you for taking those questions. I'm sure you enjoyed some
Actually, I
questions from the
loved it. I
press.
just feel sorry. I mean, because I got here and the country's so unbelievably beautiful and the people are so cheerful and funny and cool and smart. I'm like, your media's got to be better than ours. It can't just be a bunch of castrated robots reading questions from the boss. And then it turns out it's exactly the same, maybe even a tiny bit dumber.
See, like somebody who's not really political and isn't involved in that world and doesn't pay attention, who's going to be more appealing to them? Tucker or that idiot journalist, that activist? I think I know the answer. All right, let's keep going. I think we're getting near the end, folks. Let's see. Let's see what else we got. What a funny old world. Is it that the world has gotten weirder and creepier, or is it just that the internet or is it just that the internet has exposed how weird and creepy the world always was? I don't know. I think it's made it creepier. Let's see. What do we got? I already did this one. Already looked at this. Well, this is 2017. The Minister of Foreign Affairs for the United Emirates with a warning for Europe. This warning also applies to Canada. So this would have been around the time, I believe, when when there was that huge mass migration into Europe.
There will come a day that we will see far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of Europe because of the lack of decision-making, trying to be politically correct, or assuming that they know the Middle East and they know Islam and they know the others far better than we do. And I'm sorry, but that's pure ignorance. There will come a day that we will see far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of Europe because of the lack of decision-making, trying to be politically correct, or assuming that they know the Middle East and they know Islam and they know the others far better than we do. And I'm sorry, but that's pure ignorance.
How come everybody didn't listen to this guy? I mean, I don't know. Did somebody call him a white supremacist so then you couldn't listen to him? Because he was pretty explicit there. You know, it seems like he was making some sense, and seems like maybe what he was warning about, maybe that bit of that has come true, huh? See, JDL37 says, hit that like button. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome to the chat. I don't think we'll be going too much longer, though, because we're getting up to the time limit a little bit. All right, maybe we'll watch this quickly. Although it's 5 minutes. Maybe we'll hold off. Let's see. Is there anything else I want to get to that we haven't gotten to? Libs of TikTok. Here's a video from Boston Children's Hospital's own website before they deleted it. This is the video the left doesn't want you to see. They're blaming me for bomb threats again simply because I shared it. Would be a shame if it went viral again. All right, let's take a look at this.
Gender-affirming hysterectomy is very similar to most hysterectomies that occur. A hysterectomy itself is the removal of the uterus, the cervix, which is the opening of the uterus, and the fallopian tubes, which are attached to the sides of the uterus. Some gender-affirming hysterectomies.
Gender-affirming hysterectomy. Now, that is a euphemism, of course. Now, let's keep in mind here, this is Boston Children's Hospital, as you can see here. Boston Children's Hospital. This is a video from Boston Children's Hospital where they're talking about so-called gender-affirming hysterectomies at Boston Children's Hospital.
This will also include the removal of the ovaries, but that's technically a separate procedure called a bilateral oophorectomy. And not every gender-affirming hysterectomy includes that, and people who are getting gender-affirming hysterectomies do not have to have their ovaries removed.
Boston Children's Hospital, where the world comes for answers. Well, it looks like it's the wrong answers, unfortunately. Tragic answers. Tragic. Boston Children's Hospital. I thought they weren't doing all this stuff. I thought they didn't do that. Radio Streamer says, you're talking about cutting up kids for gender-affirming care that they couldn't possibly consent to when they're still young enough to believe in Santa Claus. Yeah. I mean, the whole concept of informed consent for a child to do something like, say, go on puberty blockers so that their body will never develop properly, and it's not reversible and it's permanent. Like the idea that a child who is not a child could give informed consent to that kind of a decision, something so consequential to their future, especially considering how the role of social media and how impressionable and easily influenced children are, and the lengths they will go to do something to feel special or to fit in. The idea that a child could give informed consent to a hysterectomy, to having their healthy breasts cut off, to preventing their body from going through a normal, healthy puberty and growing into a normal, healthy body, adult body, to being sterilized, to never being able to have children or never being able to breastfeed, or all of the medical complications that come along with cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers. I mean, never mind when you start to get to things like vaginoplasties or phalloplasties. I mean, that's just a nightmare. But even the puberty blockers, forget about the surgery, the puberty blockers, the idea that a child can consent, give informed consent to preventing their body from developing normally and naturally, from ever growing into a normal, fully developed human body, adult human body, is absolutely insane. I mean, this is lunacy. It's demented lunacy. It's sadistic lunacy. It's crazy. It's alternate universe stuff. Gender affirming hysterectomies for children. Boston Children's Hospital. They told us they don't do that. Well, they lied, because that's what the left does. They lie all the time, right? If you don't even believe in objective reality or objective truth, I mean, why not just lie? Everything's kind of a lie anyway. So I don't know. I mean, to me, it's just so unfathomable that things could have gotten to this level of lunacy so quickly while everybody, frankly, was asleep. Most people were just asleep, you know? I mean, if you're talking about whenever you're talking about sex changes for children, right? Like all this stuff all this gender stuff has become so ubiquitous that it's easy that you can just kind of slide off your head. Slide, go over your head. You can just it just becomes kind of normal, right? And you just have to stop and go, hold on a second. They're talking about sex changes for children. That's not normal. That's not moderate. That's extreme. That's extremism. That is an extreme ideology that would allow for something so damaging and destructive and reckless and heedless. Like, that's far left. That's extreme radicalism. That's extreme leftism. Gender theory, modern gender theory, is extremism. It's not normal. It's not rational. And apparently this is going on at children's hospitals. I mean, they took the video down because they didn't want people to see. But the fact that you'd have a medical professional who would be so, I guess, either deluded or just corrupt or careless or without conscience that'd be willing to make money off something like that. I mean, that should be unthinkable. I don't know. It's just shocking, is it not? Shocking. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's hard to believe that this could exist in Western culture. Anyway, let's see what's underneath there. Happy little head shake as she rejoices in the thought of mutilating kids. Simply disgusting. She should be in prison. You know, I agree. Actually, the people who who mutilate children in this way should be. If there were any justice, they would go. I mean, watch a video of like Chloe Cole, a detransitioner like Chloe Cole, and listen to her story and how the doctors told her parents that she'd kill herself if she didn't transition into a boy. Right? And she had a mastectomy at I think 15. She started going on puberty blockers at I think 14, 13 or 14. Now, she's suing them all now. Right? She's devastated. She's devastated. There are permanent changes that will never, she'll never breastfeed her child. She may never have a child. She's got serious reproductive issues. She's got a permanently deeper voice. You know, there are problems that will never, it has devastated her life. I mean, the whole prediction of how she's going to be suicidal if she doesn't get the transition. Well, it turned out that was inverted. It turns out that maybe doing awful experiments on children might actually be the thing that might make them suicidal then and later in life. So when you hear a story about a detransitioner like Chloe Cole, you think, yeah, these people should be in prison. They just lied. They lied to her. They lied to the parents. But I think, unfortunately, it's not going to happen. There are too many people complicit in this obscenity. Too many people complicit. You're talking about the heads of medical associations, American Medical Association, American Association of Psychologists, Ontario College of Psychologists. It's that Jordan Peterson has had his trouble with. All of them, endocrinologists, politicians. There's too many. The media itself. There's too many people to throw in prison. You know, I don't think they will. I think that it will probably be the lawsuits that bring it down, and then it'll just go away quietly. Because again, they're all complicit. The media is complicit, the politicians, all of them. So, yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there'll be much justice other than, whatever kind of settlements that the victims of this can get. Let's see. Anytime the mainstream media or watchdogs of misinformation say something is hateful misinformation, what they really mean is someone noticed something bad happening and exposed it. Yep. Wall Street Silver says, why would anyone do this to a child or teenager? It's insane. Well, I guess you have like literal psychopaths. Because a surgeon is one of the top professions for psychopaths, and you can understand why. You're cutting into people. At some level, you kind of have to be able to view people as just like an object, as something inanimate or something. So they wouldn't care. They would just be thinking, oh, I'm going to, because it's a very, very profitable. It's very, very lucrative, this stuff. And you get a client for life too, because it never ends. The medical treatment never ends. The complications, especially when you get into things like phalloplasties, vaginoplasties, that never ends. Right? That person is going to be a client for life. Because the complications are going to, of course, there's going to be complications with these experimental surgeries. So it's extremely lucrative. And then you would have people that are just in the cult. They're just cult members. They've been completely propagandized. The people that the social engineering it's really worked on. Let's see. All right. Let's go back. I think we're just about done. Let's see if we can find one more thing. I like doing this when this guy comes on.
Did you know I'm utterly insane?
Not hard to believe. Let's see. What else? We got anything else we want to talk about? Anything? I don't want to go to anything too depressing. It's getting late. I got to go to sleep soon. Let's see. Protest breakout in Brampton, Canada. International students and migrants voice their anger at, quote, exploitative immigration system. Well, the immigration system is exploitative, but if you're here on a student visa and you don't like it, I suggest get the fuck out. There's too many people here already. And just so you know, this isn't a racial thing. This is logistics. All right, it's supply and demand. There's only so many people that a country can handle. There's only so many people that a country's housing, its infrastructure, its healthcare can handle. Right? We can't just we can't be building like 50 new police stations and 50 new hospitals every year and 3 million houses every year. Like the country's fucking full. That's just the way it is. Sorry. It's just too many damn people. Like, who goes as an international student on a student visa and starts fucking protesting in the country that invited you in? Who fucking does that? I say leave. Just deport them. We're done. Canada's done. It's over now. Good Lord. We've got enough fucking protests in Canada already. And if that sounds mean, it is. And sometimes you gotta be mean. All right, let's take a quick look at the chat before we get out of here. Let's see. Let's see. Looks like JDL's from Missouri. I don't think I've ever been there. I might have maybe in an airport. But I hear it's wonderful. Antipop says students, they don't look that smart. I don't know. I mean, it's smart if you go to like a foreign country that allows you to go in to be a student temporarily and you start fucking protesting how everything's unfair. I don't know. That doesn't sound that smart to me. That sounds to me like you're asking to be deported immediately, which is exactly what I would do. And the immigration system here is totally corrupt. It is, right? That's why we need to completely it needs to be completely changed 100%. Let's see. JDL's asking, where is the podcast based? And Radio Streamer says, I think he's secretly holed up in a basement in Parliament just to stream there out of spite. Don't tell them my secrets. Damn it. JDL is of French Canadian descent, a noble people. Cobra is saying hit the like button. Yeah, this is good. I mean, we're right at the end now. Well, if you haven't hit the like button yet, hit it. What do you got to lose? It's just good karma for you. You don't want to miss out on it. You might need that good karma tomorrow. You don't know what's going to happen. The future is uncertain, my friend. All right. So, yeah, we're 4 hours and 35 minutes in. And I got to go to the dentist tomorrow morning. So I think we got to call it a night. But I want to reiterate something I said right at the beginning. So I think what we're going to do going forward. One second. So normally we have the Friday night live stream that typically would go from 7:30 until like 2:00 in the morning. Be like 6 hours, 6.5 hours. I think the longest one was 6 hours and 45 minutes. And then last week, because I was supposed to go to the dentist last week before they canceled on me because the guy got the coof. But last week only did 4.5 hours because I had to wake up earlier the next day, right? And we had a bunch of stuff left over. So I thought, well, I'll do that on Sunday. So I did a live stream on Sunday that was a few hours long. And it worked out really great. It was awesome. It was fun. And it actually works out better with subscribers and viewers and everything. So I've decided that we're going to do Sunday nights too. But there's a problem. I'm going away this week. So I can't do one on Sunday. But when I come back, we'll do Friday and Sunday. And I said last week that I wouldn't be able to do a live stream on Friday. And I'm thinking now I might actually. I'm going to take all my stuff up with me because I'm going to be doing some camping. But then on the Friday night, I'll be in a hotel. So, and I'll be in that hotel until Monday the next week. So I might actually be able to do the live stream if I can. I'm not sure if I'll have the time. But if I will do everything in my power because I'm addicted to doing this now. And I don't want to let you guys down. I will do everything in my power to get a live stream going around 7:30 on Friday, which will probably end up being a shorter one, but I don't know, whatever. I'm addicted to it. I got to do it. I got to try. So I'm hoping I will do everything in my power as long as the Wi-Fi at the hotel is good enough. And I even got a Wi-Fi booster. So I don't know, maybe that'll help. But if I can, I will do it. And then I will even do another one on Sunday before I come home. If I can. It may not work out, but hey, if you're sitting around on Friday night next week, you got nothing to do, take a look. I might be on the air. Hopefully we'll be on the air at usual time. We'll have to see. Anyway, anybody who's enjoyed the show, who's not subscribed yet, please subscribe. It's extremely helpful to everybody. And excellent karma. Leave a like. Thank you to everybody who was in the chat. Thanks to everybody who donated. Free Addicts, he really went above and beyond for this one. Antipop 2, thank you very much. It's super appreciated. Thanks to everybody who was in the chat and taking part in that. It's awesome. Everybody have a great weekend. Have fun. And yeah, that's it. Hopefully I will see you on Friday. If not, well, we'll be back the week after. See you, everybody.